yourself. for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Greetings and salutations all.
I saw you stand and fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stand and fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Now build no houses and now build no school. Take them off the handle, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them are now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them are talk, them are the one who crazy. They'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stand and fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw you stand. They promise they put all eyes on him. I defend the people that set spice on him. Even politicians.
Big ups everybody.
We know the book of them now.
welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The one
It's another Saturday afternoon here
who real son
over on the East Coast of the United States.
this army, them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the
Kind of chilly down where I am. And getting chillier.
every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them
Yeah, I'm down in the southeast.
every day.
Not like Will.
For the people every day.
Up there in the northeast,
I
it's been chilly.
them fight for the people every day.
And like some of you listeners who have been on and loyal and
No houses.
show
Fill
up
us go.
no matter what.
They handle but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause when man them now face him.
Truly appreciate the effort
All them
and the support.
went crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
So of course, we're gonna officially get started in just a few. But before we do so, little housekeeping, and I get to wear my warm up the crowd hat. Few things to keep in mind. Always keep this at the forefront of your mind. We do encourage the support of the broadcast and the organization, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. So go and visit the website OJLDF.net, please and thanks. Go ahead and click on the donate button. The music's still loud. Oh, go on. Turn down now. Alright, so yes, much better. So big ups to everybody in the chat again. Wait, I noticed some things going on here that's supposed to be going on. I'm multitasking, so if you see me seem distracted, I'm multitasking, making sure that everything is right and ready for when the rebel joins us in just a few moments. Let me go ahead and change this here. Okay. So, of course, like I said, visit the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website. It's important to do so because the support is needed. And there's a lot more legally that is going to be happening. And that requires funds also. So the encouragement is there. There's the Melissa Relief, that is an ongoing effort. There's the tablets for the students, the children of Jamaica. That is an ongoing effort. So please, 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 please visit the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website, OJLDF.net, and show your support. You dictate where your money is, what your funds are used for. So when you go ahead and you hit the donate button and you give your $2, $3, $4, $5, $10, $20, $100, whatever it is that you give, you specify where it is that you want it to be used, and that is where it is used. Of course, you will see as the broadcast goes on pop-ups in the comment section about various efforts, links. Please take note of those, write down what you need to write down, take a picture or screenshot, whatever it is that you need to do to have this information at your fingertips, because as we're doing the broadcast, we won't be able to stop and give anybody information when we're discussing a topic, addressing an issue. So please take note of those things. If you need to go and back up the video so that you can see it, whatever it is that you need to do, just do your part. That is important. Also, reason with Rattigan later on, that's a thing, and we will talk about that a little bit more. As it relates to the YouTube channel, go ahead and subscription is encouraged. Become a member. And that also helps with getting the word out so that more people can know what is going on and become apprised of it. Saturday Stew happens immediately after Reason with Rattigan. That happens at 8 o'clock on Reggae Global Radio. Those of you not familiar with it yet, it's reggaeglobalradio.com. You get to enjoy the other side of Kevin's Stew. So you're encouraged to kick off your shoes and let down your hair, because right after that, at 10 p.m., is Relax with the Rebel. And that's the other side of the Rebel himself, Will Rattigan. So all these things are available. And that happens every Saturday. You know, Reason with Rattigan, Saturday Stew, and Relax with the Rebel. And we will talk a little bit more about Relax with the Rebel when he comes on in just a few. Also in the week, the other side of me, kevinstew.com, the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, that happens 10 p.m. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays on kevinstew.com and affiliates. There are a few in 3 countries. So, you know, wherever you get to tune in to the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, please go ahead and do so. And share your views, give your comments, participate actively. It's an active engagement broadcast. It is a talk show, it's not a music show like the Saturday Stew. So that's something to keep in mind. The Rebel will be joining us in just a few moments. So, as usual, I'm the hype man in moments like these, and I get to warm up the crowd. Just getting a few messages here. All right, so much love again. Those of you celebrating Earth dates, big ups to you. If you're up in the Northeast and you can't get to go out and celebrate, let me know. Saturday Stew, we'll nice it up for you, right? Like what we did last week. And yeah, that's how we roll around here. So do continue to get involved, support any which way you can. I'm leaving some things out, but I'll get to them later on as the Rebel goes through and they come. I didn't write them down. I apologize. It is one of those things that I have it all as we're setting up. Oh, I need to touch on this. I need to touch on this, and didn't write it down. And excuse me, my eyelash. Right, how it reached my mouth, I don't know. But yes, Odell, do like, subscribe, share the social media protocols. All social media protocols in are acknowledged. Heal up, everybody. We'll go over the engagement norms a little bit later on as it relates to protocols relating to the broadcast. Some things we realize, some things have been also happening in and around us in the community. And there are major concerns, major concerns. And as a lot of us are immigrants to the United States, whether we are permanent residents or we've become citizens, there are concerns, and there are people that we know, people are relatives, friends along the way that we need to be showing concern for because things are happening. So keep abreast of what is happening around you. Stay vigilant if there are things that you need to travel with to make sure that you can prove that you are okay to be in this country. Don't get caught up in the hype that, oh, nobody can touch me, and we realize that everybody getting touched in some way, shape, or form. So be mindful of that. As the provost comes to join us in just a moment. Again, we didn't plan on our attire, and you will see it in as um, you want to get your mic ready, provost. Since you don't show up already, I can't get to introduce you the whole intrigue and suspense. You just pop up. So, why tell you? But unmute, unmute. So why are not hearing you? Wait, I wonder if everybody else hearing you. Oh, you might want to. Okay, you got it. Cool. All right. So today's broad.
Mic check. Mic check. You can hear me now.
Yeah, can hear you now. Very
Good.
good. You're definitely gonna want to be paying attention, and it you look on the topics for today, and you might say, "Boy, it's just a few things we're talking about." Know that they're extensive, and we'll get into it.
That was a good fish.
We dress, we dress.
Yeah.
But without further ado, let's get into the formalities, and Will, you can do your introductions, and then we can get in.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you to all of you lovely people out there. Ladies and gentlemen, students, welcome to Reason with Rattigan at Rattigan University with the Provost, yours truly, and Professor DJ Kevin Stew. Now, folks, Jamaica continues to be content rich, and we will continue to pursue the topics for your information, your education, and ultimately your action. Without further ado, let's go to which part did they keep the
Oh, you
the
know
slide.
what?
Mhm.
Eh,
Folks, we have so much to share with you today. Um, we have a lot to share with you today, believe me.
yes.
And we're gonna start out with the people have been calling me saying, "Hey, thanks to you and Kevin for bringing civics to the masses." Because, excuse me, because they said now we're seeing it play out in Parliament, and we have an understanding now of what's going on. So
Like,
I just want to say you're welcome for that, and also it's a learning experience for us because we have to go do the research to bring it to you. So we're learning, you know, we're studying in order to bring you the information. And one of the things you'll notice around here is that people people say all manner of evil, all sorts of things. But the one thing you haven't heard them say is that a particular piece of information that we put up that it's incorrect. They'll call us all kinds of things. But I don't want you to be distracted. And you're not because you're smart people. How do I know you're smart? You're here. You're here. And so you know when the distractions when they come about and you know how to maintain your focus. And that's exactly what we want you to do. That's exactly what we're doing. So just keep that in mind. It's raining in Falmouth. Oh wow. Um, I hope it's not flooding in Falmouth. Raining is one thing, flooding is something else. Uh, oh, before we go any further, while Kevin is putting that up, let me just say that one of our one of our strongest supporters. Very lovely lady. Actually, we call her Miss East Coast. She had asked me to discuss chapter 7 and chapter 11 bankruptcy. Now, very briefly, chapter 7 is where it's for businesses and individuals, and it's where you cannot pay your debts, and so they'll look to see how much you have and how much you can afford to pay. There's certain things that are exempt, like your house, for example. Those things are exempt from chapter 7. But if you owe taxes, taxes must be paid. So, you have to pay that. And they appoint a trustee. So a trustee is there, somebody is there gathering everything, looking to make sure that you can, you have enough that you can live on. And, so if you have, like, for example, a fat bank account, they're gonna take money from that to pay your debts. If you have expensive jewelry, high-end motor vehicles, they're gonna take those. But they're not gonna leave you destitute. They're gonna make sure that you have enough that you can support yourself and your family. Chapter 11 is a different thing. Chapter 11 is for businesses only, and that they're trying to get you to pay your debt, but they're not going to put you out of business, as chapter 7 is going to put you out of business so that you can pay your debts. Chapter 11 is say, I'm going to reorganize my affairs so I can pay my debts, and that's in conjunction with your debtors, and there's no trustee there. But that's just an overview. I have the expert, the bankruptcy expert. I'm going to ask her to come on next week. And so if you have bankruptcy questions, this is the person to ask. She's a bankruptcy expert. She's an attorney as well. So it's not just somebody who knows about bankruptcy, it's somebody who practices bankruptcy law. So stay tuned for that. So Miss East Coast, I did my best in the limited time that I have chapter 7, chapter 11. Again, one is for businesses only. The other one is for businesses and individuals. One of them, chapter 7, they're going to sell your stuff to pay off your debts. The other one, 11, they're going to reorganize your debt so that you can continue to do business and pay your debt. So, for example, they may put you on a payment plan. You have a debt that's due next month. What they'll likely do is have you keep the business going, but have you pay less money over a longer period of time. So instead of paying the debt, you have a big payment that's due next month, they may have you make a small payment every month until you can pay off the debt. They may add some interest on it, but at least they're going to keep you in business. So just keep that in mind. We're pulling up the presentation. While we're doing that, let me just say, last week we entertained you with 3 hours of solid up-tempo smooth jazz, and it was well received. And of course, the chat was exciting, as usual. Many thanks to all of you for tuning in. And by the way, you had no place to go. It was snowing last week. This week you're going to be my captive audience again, because they're using a term, at least where I live, they're saying it's icecrete as opposed to concrete. I mean, inches of ice, not snow, ice on the roads. So if you live in the New England, tri-state, mid-Atlantic, including the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia, you've got no place to go tonight. So you're going to be our captive audience. DJ Kevin Steele will get you at 8, from 8 to 10, and then I'll get you from 10 to midnight. I'm not going to 1 o'clock until 1 o'clock today or tomorrow. Remember, Reggae Month starts tomorrow. Yeah, February 1st. February, all of February. I think it's Reggae Month. Yeah. But we're going to start early. Tonight, we're going to play a nice selection of cultural music, cultural reggae. You're going to hear your favorite artists. You're going to hear Bob Marley. You're gonna hear Peter Tosh. You're gonna hear Luciano. You're gonna hear Steel Pulse. You're gonna hear Aswad, etc. So tune in for that. At 10, remember 10 to midnight, DJ Kevin Stew will be on immediately after this program from 8 to 10, and then I come on from 10 to midnight. Um, the program Come Reason with Rattigan, the Wednesday program. Just want to say thanks, many thanks to all of you for making the program as lively as it was. Big up to Dr. Ben and Jeffrey Tavares. They were on this past Wednesday, and they participated in the festivities, and they contributed to the festivities, and we thank them as well as you for that. Dr. Ben, congrats on the release of your 2 books, and I think he wrote both books since Melissa. Maybe he started before Melissa, but he finished them after Melissa, and there you can get them on Amazon. I don't have the titles, but if you go on and you look for Dr. Ben Israel, you should find the two books there. Last week, well, this past Wednesday, the chat and the phone calls kept the program going way beyond schedule. See, Kevin, it went according to my time, right? Because we tried to finish the program at 10. We'll go from 7 to 10, but people, you know it, when you open the phone line and then you start getting the phone calls and people start to engage you in the chat and on the phone, it's hard to close the program. But believe me, what it shows your interest, and we would like you to know that your interest is the fuel for the fire that we're burning around here. And one of the main discussion points that we discussed this past Wednesday, we're going to spend a great deal of time on that discussion point today, and that is the role of the diaspora vis-a-vis the election. You're going to find it fascinating. We're going to show you some things, and we're going to show you how evil and calculating people can be. We're also going to show you that whatever you do in the dark must come to light. And there's a saying, that when evil people try to do bad things to good people, God blind them. God blind them, and they make some really some bright people make some silly mistakes, because you know what? Their intentions are not good. Right. Intentions are not good. And so their actions betray their intentions and their motivations. They may smile up with you and say, yes, we're good people, but no. So let me just give some shout outs. Prayers up to Papa Trevor, Ma Jean, Bonnie Jump, my brethren, big up yourself, Jason, Joanna Marie, get well soon, you're under the weather. Mrs. Nelson, hope you're fully recovered. Bobby D'Souza, big up yourself. Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Cuz, Raleigh, see you, my brother. Keep smiling, brethren. The days will get brighter. And Roland from the UK, our brethren. Some sad note. We lost stalwart in the diaspora, and a personal friend of mine, Ambassador Curtis Ward. And this week we lost one of my dearest friends, Anita. And you've heard me say we have to send up some prayers for her. She transitioned a few days ago. And we say condolences to her family. And I kind of ask you, yeah, you're right. Yes, indeed. I consider myself part of her family. And so I kind of ask you to keep us in your prayers. And finally, big up to my inner circle, the crew where we talk every day, and on Saturdays it's from early morning until midnight. The inner circle. Kevin, today, right? This morning I was busy doing something. Every Saturday morning, 4 of us, we get together on the line, and then we start, because we have all the subjects during, over the past few days. And then we're deciding, okay, we have to put up this to show that. And, we have to decide, okay, what are we going to talk about today and how long? And of course, they laugh at me because I say, yeah, we can do like 5 or 6 things. And they laugh because they say, no, we're only going to get to like 2 or 3. But today I was busy doing something while we're on the line. And apparently, producer Joan, producer OT, and Kevin, they were doing something else. And I heard when producer Joan ball out, yes, she said this is teamwork. The teamwork, yeah, the teamwork make the dream work, or something like that. And I just smiled to myself, and it just warmed my heart. It just heightened my spirit. These are God bless people. These people, what me I tell you about, are God bless people. And who do I mean when I say inner circle? We're talking about the production team. You know who you are. We don't call no name, but you still make your contributions, and your contributions are valuable. And then we have the team that meets every Wednesday. Well, we talk throughout the week, but we meet every Saturday. Every Saturday from 9, actually sometimes from before 9 until midnight. And that team consists of producer Joan, producer OT. I was going to say something, Kevin, but I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I know she's laughing right now. I know Joan is laughing as well. I see you laughing. And of course, people, DJ Kevin, where you're there, still. Many, many thanks to all of you. I'll continue to sing your praises. This is the circle that I'm destined to be with. We don't have no bad mind, we don't have no jealousy, we don't have no envy. There are no egos here. Of course, we have different personalities, but we just, there's a certain chemistry between us that everything works. And even though we may not agree, the one thing that we do agree on is consensus. And once we say, okay, we're going to do it, and 3 people say, yeah, and the one person who didn't agree with it, that's a fine, no problem, consensus, we'll go along, and it's full support. And you will never hear from us, I told you so. Never. Because we're all one. So with that said, let me put up the thing, All right, so the university, the people. Nice building. Yeah, very nice indeed. I see that producer Joan, OT, and Kevin, them take care of everything. So the place is clean, right? And that's how inside the building function with minds, clean heart. Holy for education. Here we go. Yes, people. Rest in power, Slide Down Bar, one of the greatest drummers ever to come out of Jamaica. Maybe one of the greatest drummers in the world. In that May 10, 1952 to January 26, 2026. Rest in power, brethren. And just so you know, next week, Saturday, we are, and my brethren Jaherbs, who tune in every Saturday night, I think him tuning on Kevin's program as well, but he certainly is on my program. He had asked me like about 2 weeks ago. He had said to me, maybe you should do something on Sly and Robbie because they have a very, very huge catalog. There you go. So next week, Saturday, we're going to play music for 2 hours by Sly and Robbie. And you're going to hear some songs that you didn't know that they were responsible for those songs. But it is what it is. SSB, big up yourself. Rattigan University, where lies are dispelled and truth is upheld. And you're going to hear some truth today. And you're going to see some lies being dispelled. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. That will be our first topic today, civics. I know that they've brought civics into the schools. I won't say it's too late, because it's never too late to learn. But what we're doing is complementing what they're doing. And when we say complementing, not compliment as if you're giving them praise, but compliment meaning an addition to what they're providing in school. And also for the adults. It's a worthwhile experience to come around here on a Saturday and get your groove on with some civics lesson. And of course, spring semester, week 4. Don't forget, we have some pop quizzes coming up. We have a midterm coming up. All right, today we're going to talk about Minister Tufton and the scandal, and that's coming out of the Auditor General's report. We're going to show you some things that nobody is focused on. But we're not going to try and do everything today because this thing is so comprehensive, and it is what's the word I'm looking for? It is an indictment of the whole system and the people involved to know that the things that they did and the things that they did for as long as they did them, and they should know better. And one of the reasons why we know they should know better is because they signed on to a policy that, yes, we're going to be doing this, and that. But anyway, we're taking one segment of that report, and we're going to be focused on, there are about 4 companies. The Auditor General didn't name them. I don't know why. For reasons best known to her and her team, they didn't name the companies, except to say company 1, company 2, company 2, company 3, company 4. We're going to focus on company 2 today. And everybody probably is tuning in to catch the second one. Rattigan is barred from participating in the diaspora election. And if you notice, we didn't say Will Rattigan, we said Attorney Rattigan. There's a reason why we put that there. And we're going to show you timeline and facts. No, we're not going to say what we're doing. And I find it interesting to even mention that, because some of you have said to me, don't tell them what you do. And at the same time, you say, but if you sue them. No. And when you're going to do the suit, tell me when you're going to do the suit. Tell me. And I said, but I understand. You tell me don't say, and then you tell me to say. But I understand what you mean. I really do. And so what I think you mean is, whatever you're going to do it in a timely manner, and let your actions speak. Don't say anything about what you're going to do. And that's exactly what's going to happen today. We're not going to talk about what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to tell you, give you the timeline and give you the facts. And you know why? Because a lot of you have been calling me, and you heard all kinds of things about me since the last week, maybe week and a half, week or so. And so you call me because you're concerned. I've received calls from Europe, Africa, the Middle East, nothing from Asia. Africa, the Middle East, Europe, North America, the Caribbean. People calling me and say, man, I heard this, I saw this, So for all of you who are interested to know what happened, I'll tell you what happened. But not only will I tell you what happened, I am going to show you what happened. You know how we do things around here. We don't make statements that we cannot confirm, particularly with documentation. So we're going to tell you what happened, because the stories, they have all kinds of stories out there. And if you recall, it's not the first time that derogatory stories, misinformation, disinformation, lies have been put out there about me. If you recall, remember one time they said that, it was just a low, first low rate agent. He never really managed nobody, never this and that. It was just like a regular street agent. That came out. And we had to debunk that. Then they came out and said, the FBI fired him. Remember that? And then I had to go and had to get my retirement plaque and said, here it is. I stayed in the FBI until the very last day I could stay there, until full retirement. I had to show that. And now we have a story out there. And the story out there now is worse than all the stories combined. It's worse. We'll get to that. Civics 101, parliamentary procedures. Examples again this week in Parliament regarding point of order, etc. We're going to show you some things coming out of one of my favorite parliaments, the parliament in South Africa. And we're going to show you how they deal with these issues. So stay tuned. Faculty, here we are. with the two away. And today our guest lecturers are Devon Taylor, Dr. Devon Taylor from JABBEM. Um, is it the Jamaica Beach and Birthright what is it, environmental movement? Um, one of our favorite lecturers, good person, courageous. He will be joining us today. And we have the lovely Gillian Murray. You're gonna love her, people. She's a candidate for the South region in the diaspora, the ongoing.
That's down my side.
Your side, yes. And you know what's funny? They sent out letters saying it is now open. Meanwhile, they told us that it would have been open on Wednesday. But we're gonna get to them, people. We're gonna get to them. Um, so that's that. Professor,
Yes, like I said earlier, engagement norms we'd be addressing round about now. Before we get into that, I want to say this. Those of you who are locked in on YouTube, when the ads pop up, whether you skip them or you watch them, typically what happens is you get thrown off the live. So there's a little button that says live. If you don't see a little red dot with it, click on that red button. Or if you're using a handheld device, tap on it. And then it will advance the broadcast to be live so that when you comment, you can comment in real time. You won't be behind or too far behind with your comments because sometimes it's distracting and we don't quite know what it is that you're asking about when you're delayed. Be active listeners, have an open mind. Really important. If you could just mute on your side, please. It's important that we do those things so that we can help. It helps to use the time effectively. It helps to maintain your presence. And in once you have those four covered, the other three fall into place. You will comment from a constructive standpoint, not just to say that you made a comment. You'll celebrate contributions of others in such a way that you get to say, boy, appreciate of what you're saying, appreciate of your input. That's what that's how we feel about it too. Or why do you feel that way about it? Or that's not what we're talking about right now. So let's stay on topic. And you get to enjoy the experience. And that's the best part of it too, because when you enjoy the experience and you remember it, two things that we'll always remember: the good experiences and the bad. Enjoy this one, let it file it in the good category. That way you'll remember what it is that you hear, what it is that you learn, and you'll be able to support your arguments with knowing where to find your supporting documents. Yeah? You won't just be talking off the top of your head or out the other end. You'll be speaking from a position of knowledge, not opinion, not feeling. Provost.
can you hear me? Because we
Yes.
have a shot. Okay, yeah. And people, don't worry. We're having challenges with the system here, but through the help and the grace of God, and of course, the man himself, the professor, we will be on the cutting edge of technology pretty soon. Pretty soon. Stay tuned for that. Let me see. We played it. We showed this one before, and it's so appropriate. Out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. The ants voted, voted, voted. They all died, including the housefly that didn't vote. There's a message there, powerful message there. We will get into it when we start talking about the diaspora election. If the cockroach wants to rule over the chicken, then it must hire the fox as a bodyguard. And things are deep enough, people. Deep. I should have saved this. Let me see how many more we have, Kevin. Okay. Okay. All right. Fine. Truth
That's
is
it.
not what you want it to be. It is what it is. and you must bend to its power or live a lie. How much longer can we live a lie? How much longer? All right, we're going to leave the rest of the stuff until we get into the program. No, let me remove this. Let's just start with, again, people, if you've been watching for any period of time, you notice that we spend, I wouldn't say an inordinate amount of time, but we spend considerable time talking about the affairs of Parliament, because we believe it's in our interest to know what our elected officials are doing, how they're conducting themselves within the rules of Parliament. And we're finding out, now that we're shining the light, we're finding out that a lot of them, they have no clue what they're doing, what they're supposed to do, or what they're doing, simply because they don't read. And there's some who they have read the standing orders, but they don't understand. And so it's our job to educate the people and also the politicians, because they're watching us, they're learning, and it's a good thing, and we welcome that. Wherever you get education from, wherever you get understanding from, take it. All right, we're going to show something that happened this week in Parliament. I think it's this week. And then we're going to show you something else happening elsewhere.
Speaker says 24 hours. The member make them available to the clerk before. Okay? If the member deliver to the clerk 24 hours before, is that?
Let me just explain to people what's going on here. The opposition, they had submitted some questions, as they're required to do, to the clerk and for discussion. And the rule is that you must do it 24 hours before. And apparently it was done, and the questions weren't accepted. And they're arguing back and forth about, when was it done and should the questions have been accepted. And you'll see, and people, I hope you understand. Yes, I'm going to say I told you so. Remember when I told you that what the opposition should have done when the ruling party proposed that Juliet Holness should be the speaker in the first instance and should be the speaker in the second instance. In whenever Dalrymple, MP Dalrymple left, former speaker left, and the position went to Mrs. Holness. And remember what I said. And remember now, after the election, when now they need a new speaker, remember what I said. What the opposition should have done, they simply should, when Mrs. Holness was proposed as the new speaker, they should have said, we propose MP Warmington. And look, you may not like him, and I don't agree. You can't agree with, you don't agree with everything that a person says. But when somebody is right, you have to acknowledge that. And I think I'm correct in saying he's one of, if not the most competent person to talk about house rules in Parliament. And the House is proving me to be right, including Mr. Warmington, MP Warmington. So this is what they're arguing about. But it's going to take a turn. You're going to notice the turn. Because remember, Mr. Warmington is a member of the ruling party. Remember, watch. If you didn't see it before, watch and see who he's supporting on this point.
Member's fault. So we can't say the speaker didn't have the time to look at them.
Parliament Drama Series, January 27, 2026. Today in Parliament, things got real heated, real fast. Questions were blocked, tempers flared, and for once, yes, for once, a government MP sided with the opposition and called out the speakers. This wasn't politics as usual. This was accountability knocking at the door. Welcome back to Michidek's Commentary, where we break down the drama, expose the double standards, and bring the truth into context. If you're new here, like, share, subscribe. Being blocked on the grounds that the speaker didn't get a chance to look at them. But then, plot twist, Everald Warmington stepped in, and instead of defending the chair, he shut down the argument completely and sided with the opposition. Warmington made it crystal clear. If a member submits a question 24 hours in advance and delivers it to the clerk on time, their obligation is fulfilled. It is not the member's responsibility whether the speaker reads it or not. He questioned the logic bluntly. Why ask for 24 hours notice if the excuse afterward is that the speaker didn't get time to look at it? According to Warmington, once the member follows the rules, the burden shifts entirely to the speaker and the House administration. Blocking questions under those circumstances, he said, is totally unacceptable, and calling it anything else is pure nonsense. His message was clear. Parliament is not a place for procedural games. Questions are a tool of democracy, not a favor granted by the chair. And when a government MP is saying what the opposition has been shouting for months, you know something is not right.
Question and answers to question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking clarification again because an attempt was made yesterday by a member to inquire or to submit questions to the Speaker for approval for tabling today. And it was followed by, again, a document circulated to the member which confused the process. And I'm really hoping that we can clarify this finally. And also to be able to get a clear timeline as to when, what time during Monday, the question must be submitted for them to be properly vetted for tabling today. Because I think it's unfair that the member having submitted the questions for vetting yesterday, the approval has not come as yet. So I'm urging that a definitive statement be made as to what time on the Monday is a cutoff time for the tabling of questions, so that we don't have a confused state of affairs going forward.
I think on this matter, the Speaker has issued clear directions in relation to the questions to be submitted. I think my recollection is within at least 24 hours before one intends to table them. But this is a process. Once the questions are tabled, then the questions, in accordance with the standing order, have to be vetted, looked at, examined by the Speaker to ensure that they are in accordance with said standing orders. We would have gone through this process already. This letter, my understanding, with the questions would have come in yesterday, and the Speaker at the time has not gotten the chance as yet to look at it, and as such, the questions are not now here with us. As we can all appreciate, the Speaker is not in the House at this time, and as such, as such, based on the time when the questions arrived, and the Speaker not being able to peruse the questions at that time, the questions are not yet before us. I'm very certain that as soon as the Speaker can peruse the questions, once the questions are in keeping with the standing orders, then the questions will be so tabled at the next appropriate time.
It's my time. I think I was up before you.
The member was before you.
Mr. Speaker, the standing order says the questions are delivered before the sitting of the House. The decision was that at least 24 hours before. If a member submits his or her question 24 hours before, It's no business of the member whether the speaker look at it or not. It's supposed to be with it before the sitting. It can be 10 minutes before. It can be 10 minutes before. Okay? So why the hell did you ask for the 24 before? It's not the member's fault. Our business whether or not the speaker look at it. It's our obligation to review it before. So don't tell the member this time. Don't tell the member. Don't tell the member the speaker didn't get a chance to look at it. That's not unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And we should bring the house to that level to come with this nonsense about they get a chance to read it. Nonsense.
Before you, House Leader, let me just read from the standing order.
Based on my information,
sorry, turn the mic on.
Based on my information, the questions were submitted at 3:41 p.m. yesterday. That is my information.
Members. Before you all speak, I will be reading from the standing order as it relates to questions. Section 14, nature of question, subsection 2. Notice of a question may be handed by a member to the clerk during the period known as question time. Every such notice shall be signed by the member giving it. A member who desires an oral answer to a question shall mark his notice with an asterisk, and a question not so marked shall require a written answer, which, when received, shall be circulated with the minutes of the proceedings of the House. Subject to paragraph 5, a question mark for oral answer shall be put down for a day to be named by the member, being a day not earlier than 21 clear days after the question has appeared on the question paper. I am reading from the book.
People, Professor, when them get them kunumunu people you have wrong. What he just read had nothing to do with the 24-hour period, you know. That says that you submit it within 24 hours of it being presented to Parliament. You present it to the clerk in order for it to be discussed the following day or whatever time. 24-hour period. He read something completely it's not germane to the issue. Where we get these people from? Talk to me, Professor. Help me out.
Totally unrelated. It's just finding something in the standing orders to read.
You know, if I'm smart, you know, him should have got to. He read section 14.
Section 14.
17. Yeah, him should have got to section 17. And you know what happened? One of our students wrote to me and said, hey, they make a mistake. It's 17, them talk about 14, 15, 16, and the one that really got 17, them shall go to 17. I could be clear, listen, we don't know much more of this we can take, but because we are sensible people now, we are going to show you some sensible people approach these things with speakers. But we could listen a little bit more.
Sorry.
You woman that said, don't try to muzzle me, don't try to muzzle people. You hear that?
Mr. Speaker, in adopting the position advanced earlier by the member from Southwest St. Catherine, I'd just like to say, Mr. Speaker, that anything can happen to the sitting speaker, and if we can advance now by urging the Deputy Speaker to also be in a position to vet these questions and to signal approval. So it need not have to wait on the substantive Speaker to address these routine matters. And the section that you have read already, the section you have read, Mr. Speaker, it really is not relevant to the issue at hand.
You hear that? You hear that? Thank you for MP Paulwell. It's not relevant to the issue at hand. Where them get them people from?
So, Mr. Speaker, I would have just gotten sight of the Speaker's ruling on this matter the last time that it came up. And what I said earlier was not a part of the Speaker's ruling in relation to the 24-hour period. What the Speaker had indicated in her ruling is that the standing orders are to be strictly adhered to. In other words, at question time, the member looking to table questions are to hand up the questions at that time. At that time, the questions, then there will be a vetting of the questions. It does not mean that the questions being handed up at this time, that the Speaker who is currently sitting in the House will be able to vet them immediately and to see if they are keeping with the standing orders. And
having followed the logic of the leader of government business and the ruling by the Speaker, what we are doing is concentrating the powers of a gatekeeper into the hands of the Speaker. Yes. Because if you submit something and the Speaker decides that it's going to take 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we can end up in a situation where the tabling of the questions will be delayed until the matter is no longer relevant. Now, where did this 24 hours come from? And why is it that we were referring to 24 hours and then the pushback to say that it was late by half an hour no longer stood? We're hearing now that it is going to be tabled during question time, and at the discretion of the Speaker, maybe this year the questions will be deemed appropriate.
Remember, the ruling from the Speaker was from last December. So pay attention to that. It was from last December. So it's not just now. It has been here for at least a month or so.
Mr. Speaker, I rise simply for clarity. I was actually in the House one Tuesday afternoon when the Speaker made a big point about making sure that the questions came in time before. Yes, I was sitting here. No one told me. I heard it with my own 2 ears. In fact, the point that you have raised was the point a member sought to make. And he was made to seem as if he was ignorant to the standing orders. In fact, the Speaker did say that he should know better because he had been here before. And so I do not want us to just run across it like that and pretend that the Speaker did not give us different instructions separate to the note that she has written. In fact, if you just allow me, I'm ending now. In fact, the problem has been that in trying to keep order, sometimes the Speaker goes beyond, yes, what she is supposed to. And I think that just a little discretion and treating us as adults to listen to the points that we are making in that conversation could assist.
Always.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I'll start with the last point made by the member. One of the challenges that we've had in this House is probably that point about discretion. What the Speaker has consistently tried to do is to keep us in line with the standing orders. It doesn't have to do with treating anybody like children, but we are a parliament of rules, and the rules are contained in the standing orders. And if as adults we do not like the rules, if as adults we do not like the rules, we do not chastise the person who is keeping the rules. We use the processes to amend the rules. So it is very important that we do not misrepresent the approach of the Speaker. And the beauty with this Speaker, other than indicating her view, is that the Speaker reduces to writing in very clear terms her position and rulings on matters. And what she does is to consult and then to issue a ruling. So on the 2nd day of December 2025, under Speaker's ruling on the House of Parliament documentation, the Speaker has a very clear ruling. So I ask all the members to familiarize themselves with the ruling. Secondly, to the member from St. Catherine, the standing orders does make the Speaker the gatekeeper. It is very clear. Standing Order 16 says, the 16.1 says, the right to ask a question shall be subject to the following general rules, as to the interpretation of which the Speaker shall be the sole judge. There's only one Speaker, and the Speaker has to be that judge. So again, to be clear, and I apologize to the House earlier in relation to not first consulting with the Speaker's very clear ruling. To be clear, when the House reaches the agenda item, question time, the member who is desirous of asking questions are to submit their questions to the clerk. The clerk will work with the Speaker in relation to the review of those questions. I appreciate the questions about time frame. It's one of the issues that the standing order is silent on. However, I am very sure, especially whether it be the Deputy Speaker or the Speaker, that it will be done in reasonable time. Reasonable is a construct of law. Reasonable time. Reasonable has to be depending on the questions, whether, remember.
All right, hold on. No, don't take it down. I don't know what's going on there, but you know, MP Floyd, Minister Floyd, just keep this in mind, people. He's singing for his supper. And I like the term that Maureen Bailey got, fertilizer Floyd, because we're going to touch him with the fertilizer piece. Not today, but we have that pile ready to go. And we will get to, I don't want to be disrespectful though, Maureen. I don't want to call him fertilizer Floyd. I want to call him Minister Floyd, but I mean, that's really catchy though. I like that shows pure genius on your part. Fertilizer Floyd. Let me see if we get that.
Hold on, Fitz. Hold on, Fitz. Mr. Speaker, Fitz. Hold on.
Member from St. Catherine, so sick.
I am not.
Turn this back on.
stop it there and explain to you what's going on there. MP Fitz Jackson raised a point of order, and the speaker apparently refused to acknowledge him. And you're seeing how the whole situation devolved into chaos. I'm going to stop it there because time is at a premium. And I wish sometimes, Professor, that this program could go back to 11 o'clock because we have so much to talk about, but reasonableness must prevail. All right. I'm going to show you now how you deal with a speaker intelligently. I'm not, what MP Fitzjackson did, I can't fault him, but here's the thing, that it's against the standing orders, right? It's against the standing orders when, well, actually, to think about it, it's not, because he raised a point of order and he wasn't recognized. And he has a very good right to object. So I take that back. He didn't want to sit, and he's complaining that, hey, you're not acknowledging me and you don't know what I'm going to say. Remember, we talked about this a while back, saying once a point of order is raised, you must listen. And then once you listen, then you can make a decision, right? You can either say out of order, you can say withdraw. You don't recognize what the person is saying, but you have to listen because you don't know what the person is saying. Now listen to how one of my favorite South African politicians, listen to how he deals with something that's somewhat similar, where somebody made a comment, one of his colleagues made a comment, and he's challenging it, and the speaker just didn't want to recognize him. And by the way, I hope you remember that we played the same speaker that Julius Malema raised a point of order with, and he didn't want to listen to it. And after he listened, he said, "You're right. I would have made a mistake if I didn't listen to you." Here it is.
Unconstitutional.
I don't know.
No, we are saying so.
No, I don't know.
You are saying they violated, you agreed with Sauls. When he says that, was this unconstitutional? You said yes.
Lines. Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
When he said Sauls, he's referring to another member, Ashley Sauls. You'll see him momentarily.
But wait, because I want us to move on. In other ways to today. No, there's no point of order here. Please, Chair. Please, Chair. There's no point.
Let me just go back because it's such a short period of time. This speaker here, he's talking to the witness and he's saying, hey, you agreed with my colleague, Mr. Sauls. Mr. Sauls is now raising a point of order to say, no, you can't say that. And listen to his reasoning and listen to how he calmly, even though he said he's raising his voice, but listen to how he calmly and intelligently deals with the speaker. Listen to how we deal with the speaker. Here we go.
Unconstitutional.
I don't know.
No, we are saying so.
No, I don't know.
We are saying they violated, you agreed with Sauls. When he says that, was this unconstitutional? You said yes.
It was a violation of the Constitution.
Hence I'm saying.
The reporting lines.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. But wait, because I want us to move on. In other ways to today. No, there's no point of order here. Please, Chair. Please, Chair. There's no point of order. We never get involved when you are speaking. Now, because he was saying something, he must wait for me to finish and not disturb me.
Point of order, Chair.
Can I continue?
Honorable Nomvalo, how did you handle matters like this one?
I was not entertaining them, Chair. Honorable Skozana must proceed.
No, it's a point of order, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Skozana, proceed.
Thank you. Now, the IMC, as I said, it was a body which was established by the President.
Chairperson, point of order.
This is out of order, Chair.
Chair, a statement was made.
The point of order is not recognized. Can we proceed, honorable members, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, it has nothing to do with the witness. Honorable Skosana said...
Chair, can you mute him, please?
The witness agreed with me. I did
Please.
not make any statement.
We are out of order, Souls.
So,
Honorable Sol.
we are out for a point of order. It's
No
wrong.
one disturbed you.
I'm not
And
disturbing.
you were saying a lot of things we don't agree with.
I'm not disturbing.
No, don't disturb our speaker.
You can't
Don't
mislead
do that.
the
Don't do
public to
that.
say that the
We're trying to
witness
grandstand
agreed with
during
me.
our
It's
time.
wrong.
Don't grandstand. This is our time. We gave you
is
time
wrong.
and you fumbled.
You are not the chairperson
You
anymore.
fumbled during your time. You were
I
preaching
didn't
here,
fumble.
making
I'll preach to you
motivations.
too.
You were busy.
I'll preach to
You were
you too.
busy motivating a witness here.
Then
Instead
don't
of
lie.
asking
Let me
questions.
preach to you. Do not
I'm
lie.
not going to interrupt our speaker here.
Do not. Your speaker must not
What the
lie
hell
about
do you
me.
think you are?
Your
What the hell do
speaker,
you think you are?
Honorable Ashley Toy.
You are not going to disturb.
That's
You are not
why
going to be disturbed by you.
you will
here.
not lie about me, and I must
You were
be quiet.
busy reading scriptures. You were busy motivating
will not
people
lie
and
about
reading
me.
scriptures.
You will
We're
not
going
lie
to do
about
that
me.
to us. That to us.
I will not allow
We're
to
not
be lied
going to
about.
be disturbed by you, souls. You must behave here.
You must
have
behave.
chairperson.
Don't lie about me. And I must
This
be
is not
quiet.
a circus here.
Don't lie about
This is not
me.
a circus.
Don't lie about me. And the chair is protecting
No,
you.
no one is lying. You must keep quiet.
I will not
allow
keep quiet.
you to speak
It's
a
my
lot of
constitutional right.
allow you to speak a lot of nothing.
I will
Kept quiet.
I will speak.
Allowed you to speak a lot of
Don't
nothing.
control me, sir.
Now we want to tamper with our time.
Lie in your time.
No, don't do that, man.
If you lie about me,
Don't
I'll
do
raise
that
my
to us,
voice.
please.
I'll raise my voice. If you lie about me,
Don't
to the
test us.
public, don't lie about me. And Chair, I'm very, very, very upset. You are protecting MK by lying about me. I've not given testimony here. For him to say that the witness agreed with me is to insinuate that I was leading the witness. I was dealing with his testimony.
Chair, can you please, it's my time.
Don't lie about me. Don't lie about
He
my
was
name.
leading the witness, and we kept quiet.
He must lead the country.
Listening to him. He can't fathom what I'm asking the thing. The witness will respond for himself. He does not need you at all.
Don't lie about me.
And you know we are here to protect criminals.
Don't lie about
That is why we are panicking. Don't
Lying.
tamper with our time.
I'll prove it. Prove that I'm here to protect.
We are here to protect criminals.
Prove it.
We know that you can't even hide.
Me there.
Can't even hide.
That.
Don't
Me
tamper
there.
with our time, please.
Show you truth.
This is not a circus, man.
You are a liar.
It's not a circus run
Don't lie
by
about
Mackenzie.
me.
This is
Don't lie
parliament.
about me. Put me on the stand and test whether I'm protecting criminals. Put me there. Let's see. Put me there at that stand and I'll show you truth. I'm not a liar, so don't lie about me. And Chair, you cannot protect lies.
Chair is pointing fingers, an honorable member, and the language he's using.
Pointing
is wrong.
fingers to the roof. Are you on the roof?
No, we are not.
Are you on the roof? I'm calling on my.
No, you are lying. You are not pointing there. You were pointing here.
I'm doing this. You must look carefully. You're lying again. I will not sit here and be lied about.
We must go to church and preach, man. You know, Chair, can I have my time, please?
Please do. Go to church and speak the truth.
Please, Chair, can I have my time, please? Please, can I have my time? Thank you, Chair.
Let me tell you, honorable members, where the house which Parliament allocated me, I'm staying alone. It's only me and the television. So when I get entertained like this, I love it so much because it takes me away from the boredom of the house. So can I give you the next 30 minutes to restart from where you ended, and then we will continue with the meeting later? You can even come and stand here.
Yes, for my image, I will do so. Because you are procedurally wrong, Chair. I call a point of order.
No, he is continuing again.
I call a point
He's
of
like he's
order.
the chair here.
I like it when you stand here.
Yeah,
You can
I
stand.
call a point of order. You don't rule on the order. You didn't hear my order. You just decline my order. That's wrong. According to the rules, you must hear my order and then make a ruling. Why are you treating me unfairly? And then you allow them to lie about me and you protect them. I will not sit here and allow that. So you can say what you want, Chair. I'm sick of it. I always ask, I respect you. I call a point of order. You must allow me.
Chair, this man does not respect you. It's a fact now. Ever since this morning, he's continuing doing what.
Procedure requires you to hear my point of order.
He's the only person who knows the procedure here. We know the procedure here. We know the procedure. It's not the
raise the
only
point
one.
of order. It must be heard, and then you make a ruling. I can't sit here every time, and every other person gets opportunity to speak when they want. They can say what they want, and I just must sit back.
There's no one who said any. You are the only person who has intervened here. You are the only person.
I will not allow it. When it comes to my name, I will not allow it. So I'm raising my voice like this because you have not followed procedure, Chair.
So you are the chair now. You are teaching the chair how to run.
Based on procedure, based on the rules. If there's a point of order.
So you are the only person who knows the rules here.
No, study the rule. Am I wrong? Rule says if you raise a point of order, the chair must hear it and then make a rule.
Honorable,
the chair didn't do that.
Crave your indulgence, please.
I will not allow it. I will not allow it.
May I make an appeal, Honorable Chairperson?
Yeah.
To our esteemed honorable members, to please consider the decorum of this House and this Parliament, and also consider the task at hand, that it is not our task, it is not for us, it is for the people of South Africa. And therefore, they are actually looking at us with that hope that indeed this process will come out with something that will save them in the predicament they find themselves in, insofar as crime is concerned in this country. So I just want to make an appeal to honorable members that for the sake of our people out there, can we actually focus on the task at hand? Well, political gymnasium, we actually can do that in the plenary of Parliament, and it's coming. But for the sake of this particular committee, can we actually do that? I'm just pleading, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wants to speak on what Honorable Mngongo has said? Nobody wants to speak. But I still want to say it, honorable members, that the stage is open here. The stage is open. If members have the energy, you can come to the stage. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to check if there is anyone of you prepared to come to the stage.
Chair, I take exception to the fact that you're making this look like it's a performance. It's a true grievance. I raise the point of order, you ignore me. And every time I must accept it. So I maintain, and it's not a performance. I'm dead serious. It's wrong what you are doing.
Yeah, I can allow you to speak for the next 5 hours.
And again, you are treating what I'm raising, which is my constitutional right, as something frivolous. It's not. You are procedurally wrong. And stop doing it. Treat us all fairly. It's wrong what you're doing. And I maintain. And if I need to repeat it for 5 hours, I would. But I cannot take it anymore. I leave it. You show favor to MK, they can do whatever they want. And then I must keep quiet. Now it affects my name in the public to make it look like I'm leading the witness. I don't know that man, and I must keep quiet. It's wrong, and I will not allow it. And I'm raising a point of procedure, nothing personal. So I maintain.
Mr. Chongwane,
Yes, Chairperson.
you are our witness, isn't it?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you were in conversation with the Honorable Skosana.
Yes, sir.
Yes. There was nothing, Honorable Souls, that stopped you from allowing Honorable Skosana and Honorable Chongwane to conclude their conversation. And then you raise your hand and the chair will accordingly recognize you. There was nothing.
Chair, how can you say that when you didn't hear the point of order? How can you say that there was nothing when you did not hear the point of order?
I'm saying that during these proceedings,
yes,
there are honorable members who raise hands, and I show them that they have been recognized. We allow the proceedings to flow, and at the right time, we give them time to speak.
But the rules say when you raise a point of order, which I did, based on what I heard the honorable member do, I raised the point of order.
Can we
then
please,
chairperson had to hear.
Can we
ignored me.
Save the proceeding from this kind of engagement?
But follow procedure, Chair. I didn't do anything that was wrong.
May we please save these proceedings from this kind of engagements?
When you should follow procedure. That's all I'm saying.
But can I say these proceedings are not about whether the chair is right or wrong? We have a witness here. That honorable members must be given opportunity, each one of them in rotation, to converse with the witness. Can we please respect that?
Indeed, but when I raise a point of order, you should hear the order, Chair. You did not. You blatantly ignored me. Now you're saying
because the honorable member was still in conversation.
The rules
with
allows
the
me
witness.
to. The rules allows me to call a point of order because at the point of what he
But
said,
what I'm saying is, do we really have to argue on a point of order?
we weren't arguing. If you just followed procedure and allowed me to say my point of order, then make the ruling. You didn't do that. You ignored.
I find that to be very unreasonable, Honorable Son.
You were unreasonable, Chair, and I maintain you didn't follow the rules. It's wrong. I have a right.
It's me who is unreasonable.
Indeed. Yes, sir. It is you. When I raise a point of order, you blatantly ignored me and then state the witness shall continue.
Okay. Can you suggest how must we proceed now from here? If you can give us a suggestion so that we don't waste our time.
Please be clear.
Arguing between you. How do you suggest we must proceed from here?
Be clear on the rules that I wasn't wrong in raising a point of order. You were not supposed to deny me the opportunity to hear my point of order and then make a ruling. You just decided you're not going to allow me. And I raised my point of order at the time when the honorable member did something out of order. That's all I'm saying. So as I stop, Chair, you can continue, but don't make it look like it was a performance.
What time do you want the proceedings to resume?
All right, let me remove it. I think you get the point. The point is when you raise a point of order, the speaker cannot ignore you. The speaker must listen to your point of order. And also, the speaker can't anticipate what you're going to say. Cannot. Speaker has to listen and then make a ruling. And that's what happened with Jackson. He was saying, hey, I raise a point of order. You're not recognizing me. You're recognizing other people. And so he's like, no, I'm not going to sit. And you saw what happened. Also, again, people, here's the document. This is the Bible. Standing Order, Bible for the House of Representatives. There it is. This is it. And you hear them talking about section 14, 15. They were talking about, here it is. They were talking about 14, nature of questions, 15, notice of questions. They were talking about 16. It says, The right to ask a question shall be subject to the following general rules, as to the interpretation of which the speaker shall be the sole judge. The right to ask a question. The right to ask but you don't know what the question is going to be. If the person says point of order, you have to listen. You can't say no. Big up yourself, JAMAICA, because they should have gone to this one. And by the way, he raised 16, and believe me, if I were in the parliament, I would tie them up in knots. They wouldn't get anything done unless they would have, abide by the rules, because 16 has so many things in it that you could object to. Here it is. Look at this. All of these. I won't go through them today. Lots of things you could go through, and you could tie them up. But they didn't talk about this. 17, manner of asking and answering questions. Big up yourself, JAMAICA, for bringing this to my attention. And JAMAICA said, hey, they're talking about, 14, 15, 16, or 16, 15, 16. They should have gone to 17. Nobody went to 17. And again, it's a lesson in and of itself that if you're the people's representative, if you're representing a constituency, at the very least, you should know the procedures in the House. And if I could give them advice, because I know they listen, if I could give them advice, here's the advice I would give them. Both parties. Have classes with your members, maybe on a Saturday. Have them come with the book, and then you go through the provisions. You teach them, and you also provide scenarios. And you teach it as if you're teaching a class. Oh, calligraphy, you can just go online. You can Google it, this document here, this. Just Google standing orders of the House of Representatives of Jamaica, 1964, and it's there. And it lays out all the rules for Parliament, all the rules. And so, like I said, if I were in Parliament, they couldn't talk to me. They really couldn't talk to me, because like MP Warmington, they would have a difficult time because I would hold their feet to the fire. I wouldn't be arguing on an emotional level, on a philosophical level. I would be arguing on the standing rules. I would say the standing rules say this, that. And like you see, Deputy Speaker Heroy Clark, he read something that wasn't germane to the issue. I would let him pay for that. I would go to the standing rules and give him chapter and verse of something that says what you just read is pure foolishness. I wouldn't just say, as Minister Powell said, that essentially that it's not germane to the issue. You need to punish these people, but you need to punish them procedurally. That's what you need to do. All right. Kevin, where you there? We're going to move on now. I don't see. We're going to talk about beaches. Producer Joan, I don't see. I don't see Dr.
Taylor.
Taylor, I don't see him. But that's fine. Well, it's not fine. We'd love to see him, but it's fine in the sense that we'll just move on until we get to him. All right. Let me show you something, folks. Hold on. Let me just move. My dashboard is crowded, so let me just move. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Here he is. Let me add him to the stage. Dr. Taylor, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Welcome, my brother. Welcome, 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 welcome.
Greetings, Dr. Taylor.
Greetings.
Good to see you always, my brother. Here's what, I only have one thing to show you, and the stage is yours. You can talk to the Jamaican people about beaches, access, land rights, about how they're treating Rattigan for the election. Anything you want to talk about. But let me just Kevin, where we put the forgive me, you showed me, but you know, I have
It's
so
up
many
in
things going on.
it's up in the diaspora. It's in the diaspora.
Diaspora? Okay, all right, hold on. Let me close this. Diaspora. Manifesto. This one here. All right. Let me just see one thing. Okay. Is this 2025? Yeah. One second. One second. I just was just here.
Page 52.
Yeah, but I don't see it. It's not. I don't see it on this 50, 51. Okay, here it is. Doc, take a look at this. All right. What I'm going to show you now is the government's manifesto 2025 that they put out just before the election. I'm going to show you a section on beaches. I'm going to read it. And my reading is consider it the opening of the floodgates for you to just like a stream or a river, just come through it and take over. All right, here we go, folks. Here we go. And 52, and just to make sure, people, so you know where I'm reading from. There it is. I choose Jamaica, the next chapter. That this is the manifesto of 2025. Now let's go to page 52. What page is this? 87. Too far. 75. Stay with me. Oh, hey, look, school bus, dollar bus. All right. Bim and bam, big up on yourself, man. We're supposed to call you because we're supposed to get some buses, you know. We're supposed to get some buses. So I'm gonna listen out for my phone call. All right. I'm still too far down. Too far down. This must be it right here. 55. All right, let's go. 55. 52. All right, here it is. Let me bring it over. And let me big it up. Here it is. Says here, guaranteeing public beach access for all Jamaicans. You know what it didn't say? It didn't say guarantee all beach access to all Jamaicans. It just says guarantee public beach access. So you see how narrow the language is. And it says, we will continue to work with the UDC to upgrade and or develop more. So but they're saying they don't have enough. More public beaches with clean, safe facilities, lifeguards, and activities for families. Now, here is the promise. Here's the promise. Our promise. Every parish, all 14 parish, or them want to turn Portmore into a parish, that will be 15. Every parish must have at least one world-class, quote unquote, what that mean? We don't know, public beach. We will finalize and implement the beach access policy. You notice they didn't say anything about the 1957 act, the Beach Access Act. They didn't talk about that. The beach access policy, and develop 20 public beach parks, including major upgrades to Negril, Boston, Paggy, and Priory Beach Parks, ensuring fair and enjoyable shoreline access for all Jamaicans. The floodgates are open, my brother.
Well, greetings, to the Rattigan family. Yeah.
Do you need me to leave this up?
I don't even know where to start. You know.
Do you want me to leave it up, or do you want me to leave it up? Do you want me to leave it up?
Yeah, man, leave it right there. Leave it right there. You know, we have to put some things into context here. because we don't even know, where the lies them stop and where the truth start. And where we start is really the experience of the Jamaican people, right? In terms of the lack of rights to land, because without the rights to land, you do not have the rights to beaches. And there has never been any kind of serious, reparative justice, since emancipation as it relates to the rights of the Jamaican people to land. So we come on your program and we do this, in other spaces to let the Jamaican people know that, it's 494 miles around the country, right? 494 miles of coastline, and the Jamaican population, has less than 1% of that coastline, which is beaches accessible, right? We cannot access most of the coastline. So when we see these kind of, information put up about 20 public beach parks, 494 mile, 20 public beach park, talking about upgrading, beach parks, right? Ensuring fair and enjoyable shoreline access. We are in this position because we have colonial legislation, right? And the complicity of our government to continue to what? To displace the Jamaican people, to dispossess the Jamaican people, and to disempower them from coastal resources, ripping us from really continuing our cultural tradition, arming, the modernization, expansion of fishing to recreational users. It's just the continuation of the whole colonial logic where you exploit the resources of the land and the people suffer. So these, promise, is something that I don't know, if the Jamaican people still buying into political promise that has been offered to us, since, 1962, and most of it has been immaterial, right, as it relates to the rights of our people. So this missed the whole point of the struggle, or what the Jamaican people has been, asking for and advocating for since the 50s. That they have been pushed out, squeezed out, displaced, violated, abused, in terms of when they try to access beach and use the sea. Because it's long time it's happening. It happened long time, them a ball out from in the 50s to say the injustice is unbearable and we need to do something about it. And them write this law to say they're going to do something about it, and then the government turn around and weaponize the Beach Control Act of 1956 against the Jamaican people, right? That preference now the elite, right? It preferred the rich man, the big man, right? It's a whole, onslaught of capitalism at the coastline. And that's what's happening. So we will not get what, governments say, because what governments say is not equitable. It's not fair and it's not just, because what we want are rights. We'd like the legislation, the laws to change that guarantees Jamaican rights. And we're talking about, that means you don't need no permission to go there. You can freely access it. We can look at an example of Harmony, Park in Montego Bay. These places open 9 to 5. I don't really know which Jamaican use beaches 9 to 5. It's the same thing that they're trying in the Blue Lagoon right now with the access by permission is a 9 to 5 operation. So you treat this the coastal spaces. You treat parks, if you call them these things, as if they are, a business where you regulate when people go there and how people go there. That's not been our experience. That's not how we use beaches. That's not how we use the sea, right, for recreation or for commerce. So this kind of approach that the government is planning about these beach parks, they're just, areas of continued exclusion. right? They are areas of segregation, right? And that's what they are doing, because they're trying to say, we'll create these beaches for our quote unquote Jamaican citizen. And so therefore you now won't access the beach that tourists use, right? And I've gotten into conversation with government ministers or ex-government ministers who talk about, beaches for tourists and beaches for, Jamaican. And that is segregation. And that is not something that is permissible or allowed under the Constitution of Jamaica. So the approach that they're taking towards saying that they're going to increase the access to the coastline is one that is rooted in a segregation policy, where you're creating separate beach domains for the Jamaican people, and then you're saying that these are the exclusive domains, right, that are supported under the Beach Control Act of 1956 through beach license, are spaces that the Jamaican people will be excluded from, and will not be able to freely access. And that is fundamental, right? Fundamental, a violation of the Constitution as it relates to freedom of movement, right? As it relates to discrimination, not being in certain spaces because you are who you are, right? And we cannot support that. So, as you know, what we are asking for is the full repeal and the replacement of the Beach Control Act of 1956 to be replaced by legislation that guarantees us unfettered rights, right? Fundamental rights to beaches, rivers, right? So we will have now a new relationship with the coastline. This is very important on many levels. It's important on the level of just continuing our cultural practices of just using beaches as how we have always used them. We go there when we want, go there, go play our ball, go enjoy ourselves and our families, go swim with therapy, with spirituality, and, absolutely, commerce that we practice in this space, with fishing, with vending, we're harvesting for seaweeds, all these things that we use the beach for. We'd like to continue to do that and not be excluded from these spaces to build hotel. And we're asking, pushing, advocating, and mobilizing the Jamaican people really to help in getting this legislation removed from the sets of Jamaican laws. Because until we remove the Beach Control Act of 1956, the government will have a piece of tool, this piece of legislation, to rely upon to say that they're not breaking the law, because here is it, and it allow we the government to do what? To issue beach license, which there are 366 of those right now across the country, given to mostly hotels and villas, guest house owners, that, have these, beachfront economic spaces, right? And they have all kinds of rules embedded in them, right? They would not be able to do that. They would not be able to quote Section 4 that says you have no right in or over the foreshore or the floor of the sea. They cannot claim that. And if we remove this barrier to your rights, we have to remove these barriers. And I think it's important that our people who of us and understand that laws are in place that are violating your rights. And until you remove them, then we are at a disadvantage, right? We are being violated, right? We are being discriminated against, in, relations to using beaches and rivers. And so we have to really push back. And one of the things that we must understand, we just come out of Melissa, and I want to touch back on the Black River situation, in a minute. But one of the issues that Melissa highlights is the need to have really conserve coastal forests that are on the coastline of Jamaica, that are important for many things. Important to control the rise in sea level, important to prevent flooding to coastal towns. These forests, normally contains rich mangroves that are important for, fish hatcheries, important for just proper, ecosystem management there in the natural way, right? As to how nature, basically, replenishes its cycles. These things help, the release of stormwater, control of stormwater. So coastal forests are very, very, important buffers against mitigating impact of climate change. And the way how we build in Jamaica, right? Because as we know it, we said it many times, it's 35% of GDP that is based on the coastline. So the coastline of Jamaica is the driver of the economy of Jamaica. Make no doubt about it, right? The coastline, that 494 mile where you see, and right now most of the tourism infrastructure is concentrated on the North Coast. It is the major driver of the economy of the country. And what they're doing is to rip the coastal forest down to build the hotels. That opens up the entire nation, because most Jamaicans live within 5 miles of the sea, whether they even live in a Kingston, right? That this now is opening up to risk, which we see much of it also play out in Melissa, right? I mean, issues there that we must address. So not only that, we are asked for rights to go there, we are asked that the rights of conservation in the space, that we don't take coastal forests down to build these mega projects, right? That now is creating other issues for us as the Jamaican people, right? So this is another push about environmentalism, right? That we have to make sure that we remove Beach Control Act of 56 in order to really usher in this era of rights for Jamaicans and rights for environment. Can't happen with a legislation like this in place that gives the minister, just immense power. That his word is unquestionable in the court of law, right? That him can do anything he want to do in this space here. These kind of things are not, democratic, ideals. They are not good governance. Everything about the Beach Control Act is just wrong. And everything that it manifests in terms of plantation tourism, where we do see the space, of course, is used like the plantation, exploitation of the workers, them, Jamaica has been on and talk about, the need for reform, into labor laws that are practiced on our coastline that exploit our people, degradation of the environment to build these hotels, exclusion of the people, right? All of the money that's making that space never really coming out of the country or leave the country. The untenable work condition of the workers, right? Oh, Jamaicans are treated if they venture onto beaches that are used by tourism. The whole thing, is packaged as plantation tourism. And this is supported by the Beach Control Act. So if we circle back to look at how, the current administration is looking at, beach and access and rights, it's not addressing the fundamental issue, right, around how the model is constructed at the coastline to represent, to look like, right, to really manifest the same characteristic and the same experience, lived experience of the of enslaved Africans and plantation. That is what the descendants of enslaved Africans are experiencing in these hotel plantation. And our natural resource is being used, right? And we are excluded from those coastal land. So our land rights are not being realized despite, the fight against chattel slavery, the fight that our ancestors, actually engaged in, that leads to, the abolition of slavery. So the whole thing is laid in colonial logic. And so when the executive class come now and says 10 beaches across the country, right, or we're going to build up 20 parks, they're continuing the colonial logic. That's what they're continuing as to how a colonial society is ordered. And me, I tell you what is going to happen here. Not me, I consult with the Jamaican people to say, what would you like? Would you like the entire 494 miles around the country to be, public land? And I'm going to tell you how you could benefit more from it if it's constructed that way in terms of the social value of the coastline, to the health of the nation, the environmental justice value, the economic value, if it is constructed as a public land, the country will forever benefit from anything that goes on in this space. Right now, when we sell 29 acres of land, 10 acres of land, 14 acres of coastal land, we lose that value. Most of these coastal land owned by these hotels are registered in other countries. I mean, JABBEM have had, just lots of challenges to really find some of the landowners because the properties are registered in foreign countries. A lot of them are registered in St. Lucia, and you have to, figure out how to find who own them, right? And so you're transferring the wealth of the country to the elite, to the big man. That will go on the coastline. There's a really big gap that investigative journalism piece need to look very careful into how, both Jamaican elites, right, multinational corporation, big capitalist ventures are buying up coastal land in Jamaica, registering them in corporation and entity in other countries, exploiting Jamaican workers, degrading environment, displacing us, and I treat you like we're second-class citizens in our own country. It's massive, massive rip-off, transfer of wealth, violation, exclusion, dispossession. All of these things they are manifesting at the coastline. And we're crying out and saying that this must stop. The political class have no interest in stopping it. Because from 56, when they put this in, we have had successive administration changes in from GLP, PMP, GLP, PMP, 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 GLP, GLP. I mean, the political class now have no interest in the empowerment of the Jamaican people, right? In economic justice, social justice, right? They don't. If they did, then why would 35% of the economy not controlled by the Jamaican people? Which you can do by rezoning the coastline, making the whole thing public land. The government have every law and tool on in its grasp to do that. Land acquisition of 1947, them can take back the whole thing. It will not be no constitutional, violations, right, that they can't overcome. Because even the Beach Control Act says you can do so in the interest of the public. The tools are there. It's just the political willingness has never been there because the Jamaican political class is controlled by big business and elite, and they are also part of it because many politicians sitting in parliament, and we're going to name them. At one point, we're going to name them, that controls beachlands, own beachlands, whether personally or through their companies, live there, encroach on the foreshore, control beach licenses, right? That arms the Jamaican people and are creating plans and barrier for further displacement and dispossession. That is what's unfolding at the coastline. It's not just, so people here will talk, it's not just a simple access matter. We're fighting for our social, existence. We're fighting for our economic, empowerment. We're fighting for our survival because the removal of coastal forests exposes all the coastline of Jamaica to the impact of, this whole, climate disaster that's coming.
Let me jump in right as Doc, and say that yes, we have the facts. Yes, we are trying to educate our people. The question is, and I'd like you to address it because you're at the forefront of a movement to effect change. Tell the people what JABBEM is doing. But before you do that, let me just say, big up all of the crew from South Africa, from Cape Town to Joburg to Pretoria to Durban. I know Musa, Bonga, Caesar, Everybody's watching and watching keenly. I see the text messages. Big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. Glad to have you guys join us. Hopefully one day we'll be able to do a program like this for South Africa, because South Africa has some serious problems too, and they mirror Jamaica's problems. So we'll get to that in the fullness of time. Doc, yes, tell us now, what is JABBEM? What are you and JABBEM doing to back up the talk, to say, listen, we know what is going on and something should be done, something must be done, and we are doing what we think is necessary at this point. And to go forward, we will continue coming up with these reasons, coming up with these tools to effect change. Tell us.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man. We are mobilizing the Jamaican people, right? So the movement is all about, environmental, social, right, and economic justice, right? So at the forefront here is that we would like legislation to be changed so Jamaicans have general and unfettered rights of access to beaches and rivers, right? We'd like the entire coastline around Jamaica to be designated public land that Jamaicans can freely access and use. Would like the space to be zoned, so we are pushing for a zoning of the coastline, so you have zones that you can have commercial interests operating, but they can't own these lands. These land must be held in trust for the Jamaican people, so they operate on a lease space. So we have a plan that we are going to roll out as to what the legislation at the coastline should look like. But what are we doing in the interim is that we are protecting beaches that comes under attack, by tourism industry, by the government, by other private interests that tries to displace the Jamaican people. So we using the Prescription Act of 1882, that is basically a piece of land rights registrations that says if we've been using a beach, a river, a lagoon, a piece of wetland for a minimum of 20 years, and no one has given us any permission to do so, customary rights, customary usage, we have the right to continue to do so forever. But we have to prove that in the court. So we have dragged now 5 cases in the courts, and we have many more to pull. We have had a couple lining up to roll out this year as well. So the 5 cases in the court right now are Mammy Bay Beach, Little Duns River, the Blue Lagoon, Bob Marley Beach, and the most recent addition is the Providence Flanker Beach in Montego Bay. And so what these cases are aiming to do is to protect the rights of the communities to continue to use these spaces for fishing, for recreation, for their religious events, for all kind of therapeutic, for whatever communities or whatever the Jamaican people have been using these beaches for. We have brought these cases before the court, and asking the court to look at this evidence, and demonstrating to the court that the Jamaican people have been using these spaces for more than 20 years. And so under Jamaican law, the court must grant us that land rights so we can still traverse those lands and really use the beach, right, for what we have been using it for. So we are doing that, right? We are also engaging in, the advocacy and the education to show the Jamaican people how the Beach Control Act of 1956 is a piece of legislation that, while it is law in Jamaica, it is law that is violent towards the Jamaican people. It is law that actually rips you of any rights, right? So we are breaking the law down and showing the sections of this law through, education events that we have, out there to let the Jamaican people understand that you now have to engage your political class, right? And we are doing this kind of a activism on the ground, which is not a partisan activism around siding with any political party, but saying that this is a political fight. So we have to bring the pressure on the system so the system feels it, right? And that is, a long struggle, a long battle, right? But the education is necessary to really now mobilize the people against laws that are not in their best interest, right? So that is a longer struggle. The legal struggle is continuing. We're going to diversify the legal struggle in many ways. And I could tell you one of the ways that we are now diversifying the legal struggle. Now, your audience and most of the Jamaican people have heard us talk about, you know, the fight for fishermen, right? Just to the beach to kind of, you know, continue fishing, or for vendors, or for beach goers, mama and grandma, you know, who go down to go kind of wash them foot in the water, and, you know, they could pick the splash in the sea, and everybody feeling good on a holiday. With some of these places, they can't do it anymore. I know the community of Steertown, right? Miami Bay, Airport, Davistown, in and around St. Anne's Bay and Ochi, can no longer access Miami Bay Beach. So that has been taken away from them. What is emerging in Jamaica now is what we're seeing as the appropriation of the sea. That we are losing parts of the sea because a new trend is emerging in the Jamaican plantation tourism model, where they are now building hotel rooms in the sea. So there are 3 of those hotel rooms that are built in the sea. We have Sandals in White House. We have Princess Sense Mangrove in Hanover. And we have another Sandals in Montego Bay. And then there are 2 pending EIA for 2 more. And then we also have Moon Palace that is building, you know, what they call a township, and in Success in Montego Bay, now projecting to also build overwater bungalows. So the proliferation there is saying that, you know, we also have one coming up in Paradise Pen in Westmoreland as well. So you can see the trend that is not only now building on the coastline, which they built too close to the sea already. Now they are building in the sea, right? Building in the sea. So some of these establishments are taking 10 acres of the sea. And what we have, you have a question, Rattigan, because I want to make the point now. What we have done in the filing in the court for Providence Flanker is that we have filed for the rights, prescriptive rights to parts of the sea. Never before, right, have we got you. You're on mute still, but got you. Can't hear you.
Still muted. You muted on the mixer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, got you.
Yeah, sorry, folks. You know, we have a malfunctioning system here, but as I promised you when we started, in a few weeks, all of this will change. Trust me. The question I want to ask you, you said that there's a proliferation of construction over water. Now, my understanding is that once you start going out in the sea, that's crown land. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Who owns the sea in Jamaica? Who owns the sea? Can you build legally and constitutionally? Can you build over the sea?
You can build in the sea. You see,
under what?
So under what them call the United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Sea, 12 miles from the high water mark is considered sovereign land for any nation, that them can do what they want to unite. Right?
Okay.
Now Jamaica just ratify the beyond biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, which basically protect the high seas. Now, you know, I mean, we can come on and we can do a whole section on just the laws of the seas, right? Because I think Jamaica needs to start understand that, right, as it relates to our rights in our water, our economic rights in the sea. Because when the government now allow a hotel to get 10 acres of sea, right, which under the law they can do so, but we can also talk about that Jamaica have no regulation. And he's a very skillful attorney, and I know that, right? Jamaica have no regulations about building in the sea. What Jamaica have is a guideline, and you not know that guidelines are not, you can prosecute if somebody violates something, do something wrong in the guideline, right? Him get away with that. Him create murder in the sea, which is happening right now. Is ecocide. Them taking out 10-acre grass bed, destroying habitats on the floor of the sea that support very endangered species in Jamaican water, right? We know that the grass beds are very important for integrity of the sand, right? Integrity of the coastline and protection of species that lives in our reef. But our government have allowed building in the sea that is doing all of that desecration on the floor of the sea, right? And so they're doing all of that on a 2016 guideline, Rattigan, and Kevin. We don't have no regulation. And we have not heard from either political side that says, oh, hold on now. You can't continue to allow overwater bungalow to be built on guidelines. We need strong regulations that would protect the integrity of our ecosystem. But that don't exist in Jamaica. So these hotels are built upon guidelines in crown waters. And so they're also transferring, right? You are now transferring property. You're transferring water, land underwater to private interests. And so when a man put millions of dollars they take to build these things in the sea, it can't be like the beach license that my Jamaican people are revocable every year. You have to renew your beach license. Now, when you build your hotel in the sea, you can't tell a man that every year he must go what? Renew that. So they might give them big, many years. And if I understand it correctly, they're getting 25-year lease, right, of these things. Now, this is what's unfolding in Jamaica, and there are around 5 more of these projects now on the books to be built out. You can't go back into them spaces there. You can't swim in them. Your boat can't drive in them. They're heavily policed, heavily controlled. So you are giving away the sea. So the fight has to go into the water. And that's why in our last filing, we have filed to protect this area that is off the flank of Providence coastline, where the fishermen them use it to move up along, because they have lost the one that is further up where Sanders Royal Caribbean is built. So it's a very serious happening in Jamaica, and we bring these things to the people, and we're asking you, don't just sit down and just say, boy, we can't do nothing about it. This is why when we file them court cases here, we like you to show up at the courthouse, because this is one of the ways you can help to show that you are for the struggle and the fight to protect environment and protect people. Just imagine a proliferation across the entire North Coast of everything in the sea. You can't go out there. So if you want to go up on your paddle board, you can't. Them already are criminalized fishing already. And I create, while I am a conservationist, right? There's these fish sanctuaries that are being built in Jamaica, right? That is commandeering big swaths of the coastline that is blocking out fishing and saying that you can't fish anymore because reef fish are under strain. And we understand that. But they put the blame, Rattigan, on the fisherman them. To say the fisherman them fish out all or the fish them out of the reef. That cannot be true. We know the hotel industry have built on our beaches, remove the grass bed, right? We know the runoff that from the hotels that goes into the sea. And we know that, and it's been historical, that show from Jamaica product was coming when the kind of sunscreens that were used that were also harmful to marine life, the removal of mangroves. We see in Hanover, them, when in Green Island, them took out acres of it. Right, we have seen it. It's going to happen in Flanker. We see it happen across Jamaica, and they put the blame on the fishing community. Say the fishing community is what is destroying reef fishing in Jamaica. No, the hotel industry have a role to play there, and the government is doing all these things, saying we have to build sanctuaries. I mean, displace the Jamaican people. I mean, it is. We have to really have this real discussion. You can't blame poor people for no destruction and no fish in a Jamaica, and a poor people cause it. A government and them big elite friend, them cause it. Kingston was the most beautiful harbor in the entire world, and it's the government and how it manages its disposal of its waste that does it. And it also allows all these corporations to build them factories and Kingston, I mean, in the vicinity of the harbor that create this kind of problem. All of these runoff, we see them thinking happening at the Raya Corby. Stop blame poor people. It's something that really angers me when intellectuals, right, when politicians who know better, that you cannot put the blame on poor people for say fishermen catch off all of this fish them in the reef, and hotel industry and big corporation have nothing to do with the decrease in fish at the reefs.
Watch our brethren. Time is at our premium. We soon have to go. We have a few minutes there, but here's what I want to do. I want to switch your train of thought now from the North Coast, because as you said, that coast is basically it's gone, right? To big business, and we see now where there's a shift to the South Coast, and we hear plans about Black River. I want you to shift your thought process now and tell us what's going on the South Coast of Jamaica.
Hold on, Dr. Taylor, before you even go there, a lot of what is said, and I've been reading the comments, some of the people saying, boy, you know, a lot of what you're saying is true, is facts, is what we need to know, what is going over a lot of people's head. So let's go to the basics. Let's go back, let's dial back 30 years, 40 years. When there were a few hotels near the coastline, and we would see a lot of tourists going to hotels like Oceana. Remember Oceana Hotel? Oceana, Pegasus, Wyndham. And then they would leave and go on these excursions to these places that Jamaicans used to have free access to, or paid at Duns River, you know, a couple of other beaches, but that used to be the thing. What was the thing driving tourists, which is anybody that don't live in a particular area, visiting it for its attractions, yeah, and culture?
Yeah.
So, what was it that drove the idea to move away from doing things like that as it was back then to how it is done now, where they're putting these hotels on these beaches, these very same beaches that tourists used to come here so that they can enjoy the pristine nature, the natural nature of these beaches. Some of these very same beaches where there are hotels now. So what's a big push from there to what we have now? And I guess you can transition into the South Coast.
Yeah, the emergence of all-inclusive tourism is a way of, you know, how the capitalist class concentrate wealth. You come up with a product, and how do I get more out of this product? How do I control more? Because a tourist might go in a craft village in a UHWI or, you know, along Fern Gully or, you know, to Kingston Market and, you know, Craft Market and buy things. So, but if I now control all of that on my premise, I now control all of that kind of money that the tourist, you know, is going to spend. So, I mean, it's a move to all-inclusive model that the developer, the elite, the capitalists will make more money, right? Control all of it. So, you know, now them control the transportation. So, you know, Juta drivers where you would come to Jamaica, you walk out of the airport, you know, say, oh, I'm going to, you know, Arawak Inn, right? And him take a taxi and, you know, your mother, father, granny, brother, make a money. The hotel now control that, right? The tours them that, you know, you would, you know, take a taxi going to UHWI or Mobile, engage people, find out where to go, you know, and move around the country freely, right? You know, the general public would be making money. The capitalist says, no, me want all of this because, you know, capitalism work, right? It's a concentration of wealth. They want to make more, so them re-engineer their products, so they make everything off of it. So now them control everything. All the restaurants now, you're going to these places, them have Thai restaurants, Jamaican restaurants, Indian restaurants, Mediterranean restaurants. All of these restaurants are now built in the hotel. So you don't have those restaurants that were on land that our brothers and sisters were operating, that they would access them anymore. The product and everything about the product is concentrated on one site so they can make more money, because that's what it is. They will take everything from you. So the model was switched. I know argument has been raised to say that Jamaican society was unsafe and it's the violence in the society. So we need to protect the tourists and lock them behind these gated walls, right? But what is the Jamaican tourism product? It is people, and it's the beauty of its land and an experience. So you could not have been actually exposing them to the real product of tourism, right? You are caging them for a limited experience, right? So you are, as a tourist that comes and stay in all-inclusive spaces, you're denied the true experience of the Jamaican people and the land itself. So the idea, I don't think, was one of a security concern. It was more of the concentration of wealth to be controlled by the industry, so them control everything. The food distribution, all of it bought overseas, shipped into Jamaica. They import also labor. The highest level of top management are not coming from our population, but they are imported. So the whole model has always been built around the need to control the money, the wealth, and whoever control the money and the wealth control the influence on the political class, that them get the legislation that them want, them get the bills that them want, them get everything. So it is the same way as to the colonial structure, as to how the elite control things, right? Centralization of power, centralization of wealth in a few people. And I hate that. And what we see now, if we can, so Kevin, we're good with that, we can now springboard over to Central bit, right? And I hope your listeners them can get the reason why we are fight for what now to really kind of mash down this kind of all-inclusive model to be replaced by something that is community-based. So you can truly benefit from the tourism product, right? But not only, just economically, but you will also have access to your beaches, right? Your fishermen, them and your family who are fisher folks can still go and use the sea, right? To really kind of, provide substance for them family, because believe it or not, the sea is the only source of wild food in Jamaica. We don't have no forest with no rabbit and no deer and no wolf and nothing around them we can go catch, right? A sea is the space in which we can go catch fish and harvest many, seaweed. So when I heard about the whole argument to move, St. Elizabeth, move Black River, right? It raises, concerns, because Black River is not just that we experience, because I've visited Black River and I've seen the devastation along the coastline. So it was very it was serious, right? It was a lot of damage there, to property, and I'm not sure how many people who have lost their lives within the Black River, Westmoreland hurricane hardest hit area, right? But we know the history of Black River, and I've been refreshing myself on some of the important things about Black River. At one point, rival Kingstown as, being a space of some of the most commercial activities that goes on there, right? Black River, was one of the first place that got electricity in Jamaica. First place that got telephone, pipe water, right? These things are very important things. So Black River is a very, very highly historical town. It's also, the space in which there are many slave ports in Jamaica. A lot of them have not been preserved. But one of the slave ports that slave came in Black River is preserved. And one of the important things, and Professor Varian Shepherd was on the program here that talk about the Zong massacre, which is a massacre that happened at sea, where enslaved Africans, of course, were treated as cargo, and the ship ran into problems that they couldn't, support the enslaved Africans on board, and them throw them over in the water and kill off the whole of them, right? In order to really save them shipment. And this Zong massacre, that ship came into Black River. There's a memorial that is in Black River commemorating the Zong and the story of the Zong, the tragedy of what our descendants faced, right? And that also led and was part of the whole abolition movement about the emancipation of enslaved Africans. So Black River has high significance in the history of Jamaica. Not only that, is that the town sits right on the largest freshwater wetland in the Caribbean, which is the Black River. So, I mean, it's a very, very important thing to the ecology of the country, the history of our traumatic past as it relates to chattel slavery. I mean, many of the first in water, telephone, and, you know, electricity, Black River is renowned for that. So it's a very historical town that you can't just get up one day and say, boy, you're going to move this thing inland without proper, you know, consultation, you know, proper engagement, not only of people who live in St. Elizabeth, but also of the entire country because of the importance of it. And what this points to is disaster capitalism. Disaster capitalism, when there is a disaster that unfolds in a country, you normally have the political elite, right? And, you know, I mean, the capitalists really capitalize on these kind of events that now, because people are in shock, people dispossessed, them don't know where to turn. You capitalize on this in terms of displacing them from the space to now take over the land. So some of the first people them who rushed to say, yay, let's move the people them out of Black River was the tourism industry, because they stand to benefit. Because if you move all these people, the whole place now becomes what? Ripe for tourism development and Mecca, right? And that is how capitalism works in its disaster context. And so we have a lot of concern that we need to unpack as it relates to making sure that we protect Black River for what it meant to the trauma of Jamaica past, but also the future of the country, where we know that, you know, the biggest freshwater, you know, body of freshwater sits right there at the Black River. It's a huge habitat. Wallipa national crocodiles in there. Wallipa tours goes up in the Black River. The wetland is very, you know, rich, and we need to protect these things because coastal forests are very important for the protection of the Jamaican people. So, you know, I rest my case for today. You're still up on mute.
See it. Yeah, man, you know, the problem with the system. Hey, Doc, listen, I mean, I can't get tired of listening to you because you make me smarter every single time I listen to you talk. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of the people listening. And I see we're in the chat, somebody says, thanks, guys, for dropping history, facts, and truths to power. And they're referring to you, I'm sure, because of the floor. And you, yeah, you were just giving us, drop some knowledge. And I'd love for you to have you, if you can come back next week, because we just touched the tip of Black River and there's some other things I want to talk to you about, some environmental issues. There are some things going on. The Kingston Harbor is one of them, and there's some other good.
You know, I'd like to use your program here, and I'm still you're raising the Kingston Harbor. We're happy to come back next year. One of our
next year you have to come back.
No, next week.
Next year.
Yes, one of our environmental defender who has been very instrumental in the fight to protect fishers in the Kingston Harbor, right? And to protect the fishing community there from a lot of the activities that are going on that can ruin fishing in the Kingston Harbor, the biggest source of sprat in Jamaica, is missing, right? And he's been missing since the 4th of January, that Mr. Winston Monroe. And, you know, I'm still gathering all the facts around it that we are unable to locate him. He's the president of the Greenwich Farm Fisher Association. He's our JABBEM lead in the Kingston area. And it's very troubling right now that we are unable to locate him for such a long time. And it's one of the things that, you know, we're not really making any accusation right now to understand the fight of Mr. Monroe to protect fishers. and to safeguard the community in and around Kingston from, what's unfolding as they dredge the Kingston Harbor, right? And his fight to protect the continuation of fishing. But, Mr. Winston Monroe has been missing, and, I had a significant meeting with him over the holidays as we plan, as to our activities and, projects that we're going to embark upon. So I want, the entire listening audience to know if they have, seen or heard. I mean, I'm putting, a post together now to get out there, and I will share with you, but we'll come back and we could talk about some of the work that he has been doing and see if we could really kind of, ignite the nation to help us to locate him.
All right. Let's link up tomorrow, and then we can talk about this, because I may have, I'm in a position to set out some leads, and then we can go from that until next week. Then, you forward and we deal with the other issues. So I want to thank you for being here, my brother, as always. And just continue to fight. Know that we're supporting you 100%. And with the support and with the grace and the strength and the assistance of everyone, including the Almighty, we will prevail. It may be long, but it won't be forever. Thank you for showing up, my brother.
Give thanks. Blessings. Blessings.
Blessings. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, students. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. We have a lovely young lady with us, and you see her right there. And you're probably wondering, who is this lady? There she is right there. You're probably wondering, who is this lady? It says Gillian, but her name is Gillian Murray. And I'd like you to know that she is one of the candidates. She gone now. She's still one of the candidates.
Somebody call her boy.
Candidate in the South, down where Kevin is, down where Jeffrey Tavares is. She's competing in that region for in the diaspora election. Yes, and we want to have her come on, talk to us a little bit about who she is and why we should vote for her. I think she's, oh, here she is. Okay. Ms. Murray. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. You're muted. Uh-oh.
Somebody call her again.
Yeah, I think she's using her phone, and I think whenever she gets a call, then it disabled.
Nothing more than people are seeing her show up and going, Gillian, are you net?
Where are you over there, sir? People, whenever candidates tend to come over here, people call them up and tell them don't come back, or what are you doing over there, So, but anyway,
so that's why
I want to get to her before we get to the main story, so I can tell you what's going on with me and the
diaspora.
Yeah, the diaspora election, because I know you want to hear what's going on, and it's quite interesting. Again, I'm going to present you with facts, and I will show you the documentation. But we're not going to tell you what we're going to do. And they're listening, they're watching, because they're in a state of panic right now, because the damage has been done. They know what they've done, and the damage has been done. So
well, they should panic.
Yeah.
If there's anything that leads us to a state of worry, is a state of uncertainty. When you don't know what is to come, what is going to happen next, you tend to worry, right? So
Kevin, I have a song here, and I have a dear friend who called me after the program last week, and she reminded me of this song. And I just want to play 20 seconds of it. I just want to play 20 seconds because remember, people, I told you, they've been after me for a while, but that's fine, because what do? I lean into the wind. I lean into the wind. So my friend called me and said, you need to play that song so them understand who you are, you know. And I say, yeah. And Kevin, let me just play it. We know the producer and everything like that, but we only going to play it 20 seconds. And Kevin, right. If anything go wrong, Kevin, we can blame Kevin because Kevin gave me permission and said, yes, 20 seconds, good. Here is the song.
Exactly.
You can't hear Kevin? You can't hear it? Okay, let me go back. We just want to make sure it's everything fine. Here we go. Yes, and the things I made it done. Just a come, just a come, just a come, just a come. And as we say on the Saturday night program, warm and easy. So we are going to do it. So we not have to do no knee-jerk reaction. And we know they're listening. We know they're listening. And we're going to just show exactly what happened and let them do about it. Well, at least they've done what they wanted to do. Oh, and then let me just say this. For all of you who did what you did, please don't call me. Don't send messages to people trying to call me. I have no interest in speaking to any one of you. None whatsoever. Just, you did what you did. Just leave me alone now. Don't call me. Don't try calling me. Don't call me cousin. Don't call me friend. Don't call anybody trying to reach Rattigan. Just leave Rattigan alone. You did what you did, and so we will just move from there. All right, we can't get, I don't see her coming back. Producer Joni, can you reach her? Can you see her? Can you see her?
No,
can you reach her?
She'll be back shortly.
She'll be back shortly. So I guess we should just proceed then. All right, here's what we are going to do.
So there's a connection issue when people are on their personal devices. When it comes to StreamYard, sometimes there's a connectivity issue. So she's just switching over now to a laptop instead of using her phone. So she'll be joining us shortly.
All right, let me just, because time is at a premium and we can't run over in a year time. So unless you want to give it an hour. So what I'll do is I might as well just go in, just start because yeah, because this is gonna take a while to go over. So let me see something here. Okay.
We can merge the two. When Gillian comes back on, we integrate her and
all right. All right. Let me start with this. All right, folks. It's worth playing again. Stop it, that's all. Welcome hot. No. Let's put up the first document. And let's just talk a little about it. We have heard people come up with all kinds of nonsense. They did an interview this week on All Angles in Jamaica with Patrick Beckford and two other persons. And right. when we listen to the garbage that came out of that thing and the the ignorance that came out of it. Not Patrick Beckford. Patrick Beckford is a thoughtful person. He's an experienced person. He knows what he's doing. And Patrick Beckford is of the opinion that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is led, influenced by the Jamaican government, and that we should boycott it. Now, I say we should boycott it, but in the Northeast, that's where we should boycott it. And I'm gonna give that. I'm gonna start with the. All right, here she is. All right, Gillian.
Hello. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right. In the interest of time, I introduced you. I introduced you to the family, but I would like you, in your own words, to tell us who is Gillian Murray and why are you running in the ongoing, because it started already, the election for Global Jamaica Diaspora Rep South.
Okay, Doc. So I was born in 1967 in Kingston, Jamaica. My father is Rudolph Wendell Murray, and he, indoctrinated us with being educated. He didn't want us to be the typical coolie girls, and he did give us, the important lectures on women being just as capable as men. So we endeavored on everything education all the way up to the United States, where I completed my associates and my bachelor's in psychology. It wasn't really that strong in Jamaica in terms of an education degree that I could pursue academia. So I then ended up getting a master's in clinical social work, which is, I think, integrated very well. And I am, one of the reasons I'm running is because of my father. He's such an amazing human being. Well, I say is when it was actually he's deceased. He stayed in Jamaica for a long time. And he never really wanted to leave, but he wanted us to have better opportunities in the US. And that's what he facilitated and enabled. And I never knew about the Diaspora Council until you brought it to my awareness, Mr. Rattigan. And I've learned a lot from your show, and I've been an avid viewer for more than a year. And I thought to myself, why don't I try, I never expected to be nominated, not in a million years. But much of what I know about the GJDC is because of you. And I am grateful to have your support and the support of your audience if they are open to receiving me as a representative for them.
All right.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please finish.
Okay, so I have the social work degree. Clinical social work is very broad. I achieved that degree from Barry University in Miami Shores. I went to FIU as well, where I got my psychology degrees, mostly research oriented. And of course, the AA from Miami-Dade Community College. A lot of things have changed, even in Miami, over the years. So I did have an eyes wide open experience because I left Jamaica when I was 18 and I went back in my mid 40s to help my dad because he had aged a bit. So I saw for myself for almost 7 years what Jamaica was, what's going on there, what the poverty is, and how people interact and treat each other. And I saw that a lot of people were in need of mental health care. And that's really my forte. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. So I do diagnose people who have mental illnesses and I create a treatment plan for them and I assist them with therapy.
Mhm.
I sometimes work with psychiatrists and psychologists and in a group type process to treat mental illnesses. So I have quite a bit of experience. I also worked with the Department of Health and was able to have all that public health knowledge through them, um, and meet lots of people from all over the world there, epidemiologists, etc. So that's kind of like my background, but I owe it all to my dad, and he is my hero. He's the one who made everything feasible and possible for me, and
Okay.
that's pretty much. I hope that's a good enough background for you.
Yeah, we can work with that. I saw something where somebody said, "Miss, can you please diagnose?" Come on, Papa Jesus. But
Pardon? Can you please diagnose what?
They said, "Miss, can you please diagnose Conandro Papa Jesus?"
Oh, already.
They ask you to diagnose the Prime Minister. But listen, we want to diagnose you
yeah.
now. Right? Before we diagnose the Prime Minister, let's talk about you. Right? Now, given everything that you've said and every concerning your academic and your academic credentials and your professional accomplishments, you mentioned that the reason you're in the race is because of your dad, a great asset in your life, a wonderful human being, a mentor. But I'd like you to tell the people, yes, you're doing it because of your dad, but this is public service. This is public service. And I'd like you to tell us, how do you plan on serving the people if you were to be so fortunate to be elected as global Jamaica Diaspora Council representative for the South?
Southeast.
Southeast, sorry.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say I did, a little bit of my research, and it's 13 territories.
13 states.
Oh boy, I have them on my phone here listed. Sorry.
Yeah.
13 states.
Sorry.
13 states.
Yes.
13 territories. States.
The same.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the same area that the Council General covers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Texas, North South Carolina, quite a few states, which I'm not connected to, but I will be once I'm elected. And I'd have to look at the canvas that's already there, Mr. Rattigan. What are the goals? How much of the goals have been achieved? And what has been done before? I understand the diaspora comprises 3 million people, Jamaican heritage people. So I don't know if that 3 million encompasses the UK and Canada. So I'm not so sure. What are the real statistics? How does the Ministry of Foreign Affairs work with the Department of State to get the statistics and the Department of Homeland Security? I can tell you this. I represented myself in court in a family case, my own family court case. And I know I was traveling back and forth from Miami to Jamaica, and my ex-husband's attorney wanted my passport. She wanted to know about my travels back and forth to Jamaica. And she wanted to know the cost of the tickets, etc. And I said to her, why are you asking me that? Why don't you ask the Department of Homeland Security? Right. What are we doing with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? What is the diaspora doing as far as getting these numbers beyond estimates and getting more accurate numbers of who we are, where we are, what we're doing, why we're not counted. Why is it that there are only 3,000 people aware of the Diaspora Council? And that represents 0.1%. Why isn't it 10%, 20%? So what I'd like to do is hopefully help the council to be organized and assess where they are as far as outreach and awareness.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because there are two documents that guide the continued existence of this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. One of them is the Diaspora Policy.
Mm-hmm.
Another one is the Terms of Reference, and they have two versions of the Terms of Reference. Mm-hmm. And to some extent, there's another document that governs nomination and elections. I'm sure you've looked at those documents. And I'm sure when you looked at those documents that they reveal to you that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is headed by the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And that this board, this top-level board that runs the whole thing, 3 of the 4 are government officials. And I'm sure you've also read and you've looked at the priorities of the under the policy of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and they're essentially 2. One is for the council to assist with national development priorities for Jamaica, and 2, it's for the government of Jamaica to assist with helping people in the diaspora to prosper. That's the word they use. My question to you, knowing that you know these things, how do you plan to serve the people in the diaspora when, for practical purposes, you're going to be sitting on a board that will be focused on the issues of the day as conceived by the government of Jamaica?
Well, I didn't see the language of prosper, so I don't know which one of the two.
All right, I'll show you. Keep going.
Obviously, but how can the government of Jamaica under the diaspora assist Jamaicans in prospering? Well, here's the thing, Mr. Rattigan. So I've been in social services for a long time. So North America has well-established infrastructure and social services to assist the persons falling in the category of below poverty level. Jamaica doesn't have anything like that. So how can they guide us? Unfortunately, how can they guide us to assist diaspora members? Well, it's really technically only diaspora members who can help diaspora members. Unfortunately, that's my answer. So what would I do is help the Jamaicans that are struggling here, especially in light of recent changes under the Trump administration, that kind of affects income, it affects job security, insurance, all kinds of things. How they can access systems here in the U.S. for their benefit. And I'm sure quite a few Jamaicans already know what those systems are, but some may not know, and some may not know how to navigate it. So it's a plethora of information that I could provide to assist Jamaicans. No one can help us to assimilate, by the way. That's something that's a journey of our own. Because we're coming from different places in Jamaica. We're coming with different types of knowledge. When we come to the U.S., how we integrate into the society and the community. You know, it's not a small place like Jamaica, you know, so recognizing the differences are going to be important. Who's going to lead who? That's going to be important. But we're in a, let's be frank, we're in a first world country here in the United States. We're leaving a third world country.
Let me show you something quickly.
Okay.
See this? This is from the terms of reference. See what it says? It says the draft national diaspora policy articulates the government's firm commitment to address issues that affect the well-being of the diaspora while assisting them to prosper. See it?
Yeah.
Okay. And
that
it's
language
also,
is flawed.
okay.
Because how can you, from a third world country, assist your Jamaica? Why are the Jamaicans leaving in the first place? You know, let's take a look at that's something we have to address.
Mhm.
Why do Jamaicans leave Jamaica? Why did I leave Jamaica? Well, I left Jamaica because I didn't have an opportunity to study psychology at the University of the West Indies, for example. So I came to Florida to obtain that. Okay.
And one quick second. Let me show you something. I showed you the language in the terms of reference,
Mhm.
right? I'm also going to show it to you now in this, which is the diaspora policy. And this
Yes.
time it's been said by none other than the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And here it is right here. It is right here. Let me get it right.
I just want you to know I did try to peruse this document, but I wanted to read everything first before I started to highlight. But I'm glad you're so
No,
ahead of me, Mr.
No, what I'll do is let me move all of this so that I can make it easy for people to see. Let me move all of this. All right, and then let me go here. And here's the language. It says right here, it says, in particular, it addresses issues and concerns of the diaspora while assisting them to live in harmony and to do what? Prosper. It is right there. And this is.
Well, it says issues, you know.
And
'cause
that's
it's-
go ahead.
sorry. I don't know. I think that looks fairly a fairly unachievable goal. Because are the citizens of Jamaica prospering? That's going to be the first thing. How can the government assist our people in Jamaica who are not prospering? And then to venture across to a first world country to assist diaspora members to prosper. How does the math is not adding up, Mr. Rattigan.
The math not mathing. Right.
Yeah, it's not adding up, not mathing. So some things have to be realistic goals and expectations. Because we have to look at the evidence. You're FBI, so am I.
Yeah.
I'm FBI in a clinical social work capacity. So, what I do is I look at what's not being said. What you do is look at everything you can see.
And what he can't.
Well, what he can't see, I will see.
Right.
Yes.
Professor.
So you are approaching this position from more of a clinical social side, because this is where you live.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the government of you asked a very important question. How can a country that is not prospering guide someone into prosperity?
Especially if that person is in a first world country.
Right? And this person has left from where you are to go somewhere else in order to achieve this prosperity.
Of course.
So then what would your role be? How then do you propose interaction with the government of Jamaica? Because they're running the show. for all intents and purposes, they run the show.
Right.
So
Are they? And another question I wanted to ask, Mr. Kevin, is: are these government persons involved in the Diaspora Council? Are they paid? Because here it is. We are volunteers. We are just wondering, how much expertise, and we give because we love Jamaica.
right.
It's where we were born. But how much are we expected to give on a voluntary basis? And it kind of ties into Mr. Holness's question, his whole rationale about a 300% pay increase. You get what you pay for. But that's just as a joke. I apologize. I'm not trying to digress.
Yeah, regarding your question, there it is right there. It says they serve on a voluntary basis and are therefore not compensated.
Yes.
But the council itself, the government can finance certain things. They won't pay the members a stipend or a salary. They will give them emolument. They'll probably give them an award or something like that. Yes. And then the government, when they host the biennial conference, the government pays for that. But by and large, like 17 states, you are going to be required 13. But 13. You're going to be required to foot the bill for anything that you do in those states. So I just want you to be mindful of that. Now, if we had a 501c3, then your expenses would be paid.
Correct.
Right.
But we don't have a 501c3.
So I've worked with 501c3s and private entities here in the United States. So I'm familiar with a lot of stuff. But the other thing is, Mr. Rattigan, on a wider level, I guess maybe the U.S. is only concerned about countries that they're not in a good relationship with, for example, who are having like a host type entity in a host country of a foreign entity. I just wanted to ask you that too. I swore allegiance to the United States. I'm a U.S. citizen. Right. I was born in Jamaica. Is this really my host country? You know what I mean?
Well, you do have an obligation to Jamaica also because you can hold dual citizenships, as you do.
Of course. But my point is, the United States wasn't going to just educate me and let me go back home. They need my services.
One quick second.
Mm-hmm.
OT asking, if you incur expenses, can you claim them on your taxes? Might be a problem because you're going to be claiming them for an unregistered movement that the IRS knows nothing about. So I don't know, OT, if that would be considered tax avoidance or tax evasion. One of them is legal and the other one is illegal. So you'd have to consult a tax attorney on that. But my guess is that you can't claim it as expenses for something that doesn't exist. Because remember, there is no record of them being a legitimate organization. They claim to be a loose movement. Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know about that.
So Gillian.
Yes.
In the diaspora policy, they and in their terms of reference, they want to help Jamaicans moving into the diaspora to prosper. What is your goal for the job in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council?
To help as many diaspora members as possible. And already 2-point-something billion is going to Jamaica in remittances. Mm-hmm. Are you aware of that, Mr. Rattigan? I saw some of that language in there.
No, exactly. No, the language that you're looking at is a 1997, 2017 stat. It's actually more than 2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's actually.
So where's the flow really? Is Jamaica sending 2.7 something billion to diaspora
No, it's
members?
more. It's closer to 4 the last time I checked.
Okay.
The stat you're looking at is a 2017 stat.
Yeah.
So technically, it's a one-way flow from the United States, for example, to Jamaica. It's not the opposite. So
Right.
who's going to help the diaspora members? Well, it's us. We're the ones who have to harness the power we have to help those Jamaicans who are struggling here in the United States, because we're technically already helping Jamaicans in Jamaica struggling. You know,
Gillian, let me
am I
ask you.
answering your question?
Yeah,
Because
let me ask you a direct question. Would you be willing? You're the representative. No. Would you be willing to sit at that table with all of your colleagues, global colleagues, and say to them, I don't think this is the proper construct to do the kind of things I would like to see done for our people in the diaspora. For example, I don't think that it should be this quote unquote movement, which looks like an organization, walks like an organization, talks like an organization, but is not an organization. So therefore, we should make it an organization. We should register. We should do fundraising legitimately. We can do lobbying.
and that's where I would put that on the table to say, let's legitimize what we're doing. Let's make sure there are no, holes in this boat. Let's cover our bases. Let's make sure that what we're doing is, authentic and legal. And what has been done already? What does the board look like? I mean, we say one thing in black and white, but we do another thing, correct?
So
right.
Actions need to match the black and white. Where's the disparity? How can we correct that? How can we know that our goals are achievable? How do we know what was done before? We can't know where we're going until we know where we are and where we were. So where are we?
All right. But
that's really the place I'd have to start at, and without being aggressive or hostile, but being, approaching it as a team endeavor.
Okay, so
I hope that answers your question.
The idea of helping the Jamaicans now. You mentioned, let's go ahead and try to get some of these things in place, registering and such. Have you already made a list of some things that you would want to happen if you get the position, or are you waiting to get the position and then you make a list?
I appreciate that question, Kevin, but the truth is, I just mentioned before, I need to know what was done already. Where are they now? And what are the future endeavors? Mr. Rattigan, didn't you say this document was 2017? Or I know the national policy was 2019.
It's actually 2019, 2020.
Right. That's pretty much 6 years ago. So, I didn't cover territory in 6 years.
Gillian, let me tell you this, right? You can use us as your resource. You're asking what's been done? Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. Nothing has been done.
So this is ground zero. It's starting from scratch.
So basically what we're looking at is a movement that is geared towards helping Jamaica, which should be a movement geared towards helping Jamaicans in America, specifically for you in the the southern territories of the United States, or southern states. The same area that CG Oliver Mayer is responsible for. So
So you're saying there's some redundancy there? There's some repetition?
no.
Okay.
Because whereas CG is working on a government level, the diaspora operates on a people level.
Right.
So you being that liaison between the people and the government, but it's in the direction of the people in the US, not the people in Jamaica. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, their purview should stop at the border of Jamaica.
Indeed. Indeed. If there's no... Sorry, go ahead.
Based on what you've gathered already, since we've been talking about the diaspora and the diaspora council and their functions and their relationship with Jamaica, I suspect you have some type of idea of what you would want to see happen, what you'd want to do. And that's what I'm asking. What are you bringing to the table?
What am I bringing to the table?
Outside of your professional, we understand that, we get that, and that is important. As someone who talks about that on my weekly broadcast and things like that, relating to psychology and how we relate to each other, I get that. I'm totally locked in on that and stoked about that idea that you'd want to bring that, because there is a psychological side of transition. But even bigger than that is the movement. And the fact that it has done nothing up until now.
I would, apart from trying to get this council legitimized, which may take a lot of work, bringing an equilibrium to the table. There has to be an equality. There cannot be like a disequilibrium, because this is politics between a first and a third world country, and we can't say that we're functioning in a first world country the same way we functioned in Jamaica, because it's somewhat impossible. So making that dialogue equal, so that it's of mutual benefit. And actually, I believe the diaspora has more to offer to Jamaica, although it is already offering that than the reverse. I know I saw some language in just a second. In that was a bit interesting, if you don't mind. Am I running out of time, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We're hearing you.
Yeah, time is at a premium. But go ahead, please explain.
Part B on the terms of reference.
Which one of them?
Part B 4.
No. Kevin is asking which one of the terms of reference. There are two of them.
Oh.
Right.
Moving diaspora engagement forward, a model for deeper partnership. Is that?
Which one is it?
Part B, number 4. And let me just read it.
Number 4?
Number 4C. 4C. 42C. Roman numerals 2C. Establishing mechanisms to promote and support the assimilation and integration of the diaspora in the host countries.
Right.
Did you see those words?
What does that mean to you?
Establishing mechanisms to promote and support the assimilation and integration of the diaspora in the host countries. How can the ministry help to do that? Or the Diaspora Council? If the government is in the leadership part of the council, government of Jamaica, and work with Jamaican organizations to contribute to programs and initiatives implemented by ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure the safe resettlement of the diaspora in Jamaica.
So
did you see that language, Mr. Rattigan?
I'm
Sorry,
looking
Mr.
at it. I'm looking at it.
So my question to you, Gillian, though, is what does that mean to you?
You know what I wrote on the paper, Kevin?
Tell me.
Wow, with a big exclamation point. How can you chalk two things so major into one paragraph?
Correct.
It needs to be revisited on the current host country, and it's too broad. It's too broad. And have we not been living the changes under the Trump administration? How does Jamaica align with, for example, Vision 2030? What are the priorities? See, this is why I may not be able to give you a definitive answer, Kevin, because what are the real goals and what are the priorities? You know, I can't just go in there and make them. It has to be by consensus.
With assuming the role of the representative, now you're in a position where you sit at the top of this food chain, this group you're at the head table. You're at the head seat at the head table. So you see this verbiage. What do you see wrong with it? Okay, it's two major things. It's also two different sides. You're bringing what to the discussion? The discussion starts how as it addresses this.
Could we go through the terms of reference, please? And is there any way you could answer any questions for me that I may have? In other words, if nothing has been done, as Mr. Rattigan said earlier, under these mountains of words on paper, you know, where do we start? I'm a strategist. It's part of my education. I'm a social change agent. I'm a social justice advocate, part of my education at Barry University. So, you know, we don't just jump into a pot that's already cooking, but there are no veggies or meat in there yet. You know, we're going to get boiled.
Sounds like you're saying to me that
I have to do diplomacy.
Yeah, it sounds to me like you're saying, I see the meat, but I don't hear the sizzle. Because what's going on here is that, as you said, it's a mountain of words, gobbledygook, because when you slice and dice it, it means absolutely nothing in terms of deliveries, performance. Like you said, you go back and you say, what have you done? And you, like you said, and I see where you're coming from, because you see, we start at different positions, because I have read both terms of reference. I've read the policy. I've read the nominee. I've read everything they put out, and I've read them more than once. And so I've asked questions. I've done the research. So I come from the position of having done a lot more than most people concerning this. So I understand where you're coming from. You're saying, look, I have some ideas of my own as to how this thing should function, but I would need to ask some questions to find out, okay, I really don't embrace the mechanism, the structure in place. So tell me the structure in place, how successful has it been? What have you guys done? And what do you plan to do? So I understand where you're coming from.
Yes,
but
where are we?
Yeah, but here's the thing. The terms of reference you're using, that's not the one you should use. That's the old one. Yeah, use the new one.
That's the one I found on the website, Connect Me JA.
Yeah, that just shows you, it gives you a sense. When I tell you that they haven't done anything, it just gives you a sense of what's going on. I'll give you an example. The CG, God bless her soul, she came, she worked, she did what she had to do, and she left, dearly departed. Her name is still up on some of the sites as a CG. So,
and that's the CG in the Northeast.
That's the CG in the Northeast. Yeah, not the CG down where Kevin.
Yes, she had passed away, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I think I've seen you highlighted that.
Right, but if you go and you look at some of the paperwork that they still have her listed there.
Mm-hmm.
Alcyon Roads, whatever the hyphenated, they still have her listed here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we are. But look, Gillian, give us your closing statements, because we're gonna have to leave it there because I have to jump into some things right now. So
Sure, absolutely. Here I go. Quickly. So please vote for me, because there are a lot of things that need changing in the council, and there's a lot of clarification that's needed, a lot of clarity and clarification, and I can assist in at least. We can't start on a shaky foundation. I don't like to be on those kinds of buildings. I would like to know that the Diaspora Council has a solid foundation, and that I can contribute to that in order to then be able to assist the Jamaicans in the diaspora who need help. We have a plethora of resources as well in social services, um, health, medical, etc. Um, and I can't say I'm going to be able to help with the medical stuff in terms of the fact that, or I'm sorry, visa stuff, in terms of the fact that a lot of people are being deported.
No, that wouldn't be your bailiwick, though. That would be
Right.
that would be the province of the CG, of the government, when people are being deported.
But there's also a visa ban, and
That's their
all that
they're
stuff.
supposed to be
So-
doing that. Yeah, you wouldn't get involved in that. Don't let them drag you in that if you're successful. That's not your bailiwick.
Mhm.
Don't let them drag you in all of this stuff. Tell them no, this is
But
what
it's in the language, of
But let me
the.
tell, but let me tell you something. Let me tell you something why I'm encouraging people to vote for you. If for no other reason, the fact that you did not come up here and say, I will be working for the Jamaican government. The fact that you did not say that, you
But
have
Mr. Rattigan, gratitude for saying that. Because if I work for the Jamaican government, it would have to be in a U.S. capacity.
okay.
I swore allegiance to the United States. I can't work for another government just willy-nilly like that. That's illegal. That could cost me my citizenship. In what capacity am I working for a foreign? Because technically, Jamaica's government becomes a foreign government
Right. So
to
you
the
don't follow
country
them.
I'm
Go ahead.
although you may say I have dual citizenship, I don't know if that applies, because even dual citizenship is up there in the sky now, right? It's in the gray area with the new immigration policies, or the enforced immigration policies of the US. Is that not correct?
Facts.
Right? So, things need to be clarified and cleared up and straightened out before I can produce an agenda.
All right, Professor.
I, Thank you.
Fair enough, Gillian. Fair enough.
Mhm.
Just know that you'll be representing me.
Thank you. I'm honored.
Since I'm down here in South
Mr. Rattigan, you have to move.
North County. So,
Sorry. Broward, you said?
yes. So, there's a strong chance that I'll find you. So, represent.
Please feel free to communicate with me at any time, Mr. Kevin. I am open. Yes.
Yeah. As we've interacted before in the chat,
Yes.
but thank you for coming on. I encourage you to go ahead, and you said you have questions. Start writing those questions down, because it gives us, the people that are going to be voting, a clear indication of where you stand and what you'll be addressing on entry. Because more questions will come, of course, but there are some initial questions that you must ask, and we need to know where you're going, what's in your headspace.
But I can't go there by myself. Remember, this is a council, so I'll
Well,
have to go there and let them also interact also with them to let them know, for them to let me know too, where were you, where are we, and where are we going?
I'm sure
And
they'd
here are
prefer
the goals that the policy highlights. But what's the achievement rate?
I'm pretty sure they'd be more happy to have a Gillian over a Wilfred because you're not as rebellious. You're not- But thank you. I appreciate you taking the time out to come and sit with us.
No, gratitude for having me, and thank you for your support.
All right, Gillian. Take care of yourself.
We'll talk.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. That was Gillian Murray. And Andrew Pine was saying that I just set her up because of what? I don't know, set up to be attacked. Well, I tell you what, Andrew, if she's going to be attacked, they have to attack me too, and they have to attack Kevin, because we are going to defend the thing, We can't, what I'm saying, rub your mouth or grung or something like that. No, people must know. I mean, you have to be brave, you have to be courageous, you have to be forthright, and you have to let people know where you stand on issues. I don't believe in tricking people. I don't believe in doing this and then you're going. No. People know where you stand from the outset. So you see, when you're going, there are no surprises. They just know that this is, and you must be principled. You must be principled. Yes, there is a need for strategy, but something like this, the strategy is be principled. Let people know what your position is, what you stand for. Now, let me show you something, people, because we have less than an hour and a half to do this. Let me just show you something from the policy. This is from the government side now. This is not from because they could easily say, well, then, the terms of reference, that's for the diaspora. But I'm giving you something from the government side, right? And we're going to try and, we have to cut out a lot of stuff. I have a lot of stuff here. We're going to have to cut it out. But take a look at this. Let's start with this. No. Let's start with this. See, big up yourself. All right. We're not done. Now start. Here's where we start. Look at this, people. This is 5.2. This is not the 5.2 that the Gleaner spoke about me. This is the 5.2 in the policy. In fact, we always like to show people what we're doing, right? So this is page 50. Let me just show you where this document is. There it is. National Diaspora Policy, Government of Jamaica. Just so we're clear. All right, let's run on now to page 50. I want to show you something. 5.2. Here we go. Read this if you're a diaspora member and weep. You see what it said? It says here, let me take it down one more. Can you read that, Professor?
Yeah,
it says, as beneficiaries and partners, the diaspora will play a crucial role in the development and implementation of the National Diaspora Policy. That's a government policy. This involves, look, I tell us that this is all about money. You see what it says? This involves acting as what? First thing they put, very first thing, investors. Investors. They're not talking about you suffering in the diaspora. They said, no, we want you only if you have money. Investors. Look at the next one. Partners. Look at the next one. Marketeers or marketers. Networkers. And look at the next one. And key collaborators with the government of Jamaica, businesses and civil society. And you see what it said? Next sentence, the diaspora will also be the key source of information and funders in the monitoring and implementation of this policy. And look how they're going to do it, because remember what I just showed you. Remember, this is the policy. This is not the terms of reference. This is the government side. The terms of reference is for the diaspora. So on the government side, look at how they're going to implement this. They said the Global Jamaica Diaspora. Let me put it up. See it right also. in agreeing. Top, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the one we're voting now. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, the one we're voting in now. Foundations and organizations in the diaspora will be linked to and or made part of the institutional arrangements for diaspora administration and governance, and they should also put on financing. This is how they see you. They don't realize that people over here are suffering. So they have no interest in you. None whatsoever. The only interest they have is in the big money players. They said, listen, that's how we see them. We don't see them like a fenke, tiki people. We don't, them one that we are work 9 to 5. We don't see them. We don't care about them. Because you know why? The so-called tiki fenke people, you cannot work in this construct. You won't, you'd play no role in this right here. And you see what the title say? Diaspora. See that? Diaspora. So that's where we start. Now, we are going to run all over the place. We are going to run. So bear with me because we have to come off script, right? Let me show you something here. Let's go to the terms of reference. A gentleman came on our program. We're not even going to play it because, you know, I would only play it to listen to Patrick Beckford. This is the old terms of reference. Let's go to the new one. All right. Here's a new one. And the gentleman came on the program, and the gentleman, he's out west. And let me tell you something. We are going to find out who out west is not Kevin tonight. We want to find and tell him, say, whatever you do out west, do not vote for this gentleman. Because this gentleman says that he supports the council in its present construct. He said he does not believe that it should be separate and apart. It should be a standalone, independent unit. He doesn't believe that. And he says also, he said, the council, as it is right now, he said, it is the best thing coming out of Jamaica.
Correct.
Listen carefully. This is a man who lives in the diaspora, supposed to be fighting for diaspora issues. And you know what he said? It's the best thing coming out of Jamaica, not the diaspora. And here is one of the things that he did. And because he took great pains to, so I'm going to read this and I'm read, right? And this is what he said right here. He read this part. This one right here. Where it is, right here. This one.
You have to go share it though. Share it.
Oh, sorry. Me, I get tired on myself. Sorry. See it right here. He said it is important, and he read this. It is important to note that the council is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. Consequently, the views expressed by you, the council members, do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. Think about that. You are going to be working with them on their project. And they said, whatever you said, it doesn't represent us. We're letting you know now. You're on your own. So if you get into trouble out there, don't look to us. And then it goes on to say the word English is look, my first language is Patois. But my first language is Patois. And I know Patois is a language because I was the first FBI expert to testify in a trial where Patois was declared a language. Right. And so that is my language. English is my second language, but I try to understand English. I try, right? Now look at this sentence where it says the work of the GJDC is also advisory in nature. Now most people would skip over the word also. If something is also, then there is something prior
something
to that
else.
Also, right? But it doesn't say in that sentence. It just tells you what it's not. And then here it says it is also, and you say it is also what? It's not mentioned in this provision. And it says the council make recommendations for consideration by the government. So essentially he's saying that this thing here it's not an arm of the government. And even though you're a member and when you speak, you don't speak on behalf of the government. And for those of you who watch the program on Wednesday night, and for those of you who've been watching both programs, you see where I said, well, wait a minute, look at this one right here, the governance structure. It says it is led and supported by 4 individuals. And the 4 individuals, 3 of them are government officials, Jamaican government officials. And the 4th is a person who is elected by the diaspora, but who is also appointed to that board, right? to whatever the governance structure that they have. Now, here is the thing now. Think about these people. You are saying, forget about the governance structure. Let's just forget about the governance structure. And let's go back to this and say, this is accurate. That it is not an arm of the government. It has nothing to do with the government. Blah, 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 blah. Let's go back to this. Now, if you're saying that it's not an arm of the government, and when you speak on your own, you don't speak for the government, then what it means then is that the government shouldn't really subscribe to this. The government shouldn't be a part of this. Look at this. Remember now, it's not an arm of the government. Where the hell this ado upon it? Wanna tell me? Tell me now. Where that ado upon it?
Well, that is one of two questions.
Okay.
My other question is, where did you find this document?
On the government website. But it's not an arm of the government. It's not an arm of the government. When you speak, you don't speak for the government, but it's on the government website, and the government logo is on the document. Now, would you put your logo on something that you have no part of? That you're telling people that, hey, it is this organization is not a part of my organization, but you put your logo on it. People, let me remove that. There's so many things wrong with this thing here, but
all right.
I know you want to
get... Sorry, Provost. So Whole New World commented in the chat and said, if Ratty is not running, I am not voting.
Okay, let me talk. Go ahead.
The English language yet again. So, Whole New World, you can vote. However, there's more to the Ratty running thing. Provost.
Yes. Here's what I'm going to tell the people. As you know, they have rejected my application. So for the Northeast, I'm telling you, if you register to vote in the Northeast from Maine to Virginia, I am telling you right now that they have last week, Saturday, when they claimed that they closed it, the Gleaner reported 44 candidates. All of a sudden today, it gone up to 50 something and the deadline's gone. And the deadline passed. But they have 52 now. And we don't know any of the 52 except for 2. And the 2 we know of, I cannot in good conscience tell you to vote for any of those 2 people. Because one of them...
To the Northeast.
To the Northeast. Yeah, in the Northeast. I'm saying in the Northeast, the 2 people that we know about, they are 2 people that I would never, ever trust with a vote. I would never trust them.
Which 2 are those, Mr. Rattigan?
One is Hope Wade and the other is the incumbent, Michelle Tolonil. Yes, I wouldn't trust. Michelle Tolonil has been there. She's incumbent. She's serving now. She's useless. She's useless. She's not serving the people. And I can tell you that a vote for her is... some of these people, they get there and it's about self-aggrandizement. It's about them and not about the people that they serve. Because they seem to think that they're there to serve the Jamaican government, because the Jamaican government has told them that you will work on national priority issues. And so they work on that. So Michelle Tolonil, I'm telling you people, do not vote for her. Hope Wade, I'm telling you, do not vote for her. Those are the 2 people we know. Rattigan is not in the race. And if you don't want to vote, don't vote. Don't vote. But if you have to vote, don't vote for any of those 2 people. Let me just make that abundantly clear. Now, in the South, we have a candidate. You just saw her, GILLIAN. We will work with GILLIAN. Some of you wanted to hear certain things coming out of her mouth, but GILLIAN is a very thoughtful person, right? She's a very thoughtful person. She's a very determined person, I can tell you that. And she's a person of principles. She has her principles. And so I would ask you to support her in the South. If you live in the South, if you live in the 13 states covered in that region, from, where is it? North Carolina, all the way, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, Arkansas. If you live in all of those states, vote for Gillian. She's on the thing. She's on the ballot. Vote for Gillian. I'm telling you, we can work with Gillian, right? Gillian is there to serve our needs. We will work with her. But for the East, if you live in the Northeast, if you live in any of the states from Maine to Virginia, don't vote. Don't vote, right? And again, time is that I'm there's so much I want to tell you. Here's another thing why. Here's one of the reasons why they didn't want Rattigan in the race. Rattigan has made it abundantly clear that he does not support the present construct because the present construct is not there to benefit the typical diaspora person. It's not there. It's a money-making venture for the government of Jamaica. And remember now, they started the election, right? They put Rattigan up, vetted candidate, and we're going to show you some documents soon, but they put up Rattigan and then the voting started and then the voting stopped. Why do you think it stopped? Think, people. Why do you think it stopped? Make an educated guess. Could it be that Rattigan was leading in the amount of votes that came in and that caused them to say,
That was my theory, which is why I said, show me, since votes came in when they weren't supposed to, show me the votes that came in. Since you're going to discard them anyway, show me more.
Yeah, because they started, people, remember, they put me up as a candidate with 3 women, and then this opened the voting. And then they came and said people voted prematurely. They granted access for people to vote. And then they said people voted prematurely. But here's the thing. Then they stopped it. And then guess what they did? They changed the rules. They changed the eligibility rules. And then they said, we're going to re-vet the candidates. So they just vetted me, certified me, placed me on the thing. So everybody knew that I was a candidate. And then they turned around and they said, we're going to have to look at all these people. And I knew what was coming. So I wrote to them and I said, send me my rejection letter. If that is what you want to do, send me my rejection letter. Here is why they had to stop it. Here's why. You know why, people? Because, where are we? January, February, March. In 5 months, guess what's going to happen in 5 months? In 5 months, they're having their biennial conference in Jamaica. Could they withstand the onslaught of a Rattigan as the Northeast representative, saying to them, we are not going to support this farce, this marketing strategy, this recruitment, this networking scheme that you have going on, because we have things to do in the Northeast. We have to meet with our people on the ground, find out what they need to prosper in the states where they live, and then get to work marshaling our assets to help these people instead of going down there and rubbing shoulders with these people and all this nonsense. So think about how that would look, that the representative or the region that comprises the most Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica decided not to support their conference. Because remember, most of the money, and I repeat, most of the money that this government gets overseas, they get it in America. And where in America do they get it? They get it in the Northeast. They get it in places in the tri-state area, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey. And they get it in the DMV, Washington, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Those 2 areas, those 2 pockets, that's where they get most of their money. Guess what? That's in the Northeast. So could you imagine if I stood up and I said, no, we're not going to support you, and we are going to make an issue of it. We're not going to support it. So you can see what went through their minds. What was their thought process on this whole issue? Now, let me show you something. Let's run through some stuff here. We're going to skip the manifesto. We can skip the policy because I showed you something that's very significant in the policy. Let me see this. All right. I'm just jumping all over the place. So just bear with me. Just bear with me. All right, people, just bear with me. Look at this. They decided to kick me out, I believe, once the voting started. We'll get to that. But I'm just, as I touch a document, I'm going to explain the document to you because time is running out and we don't have the time to go through it the way that we set it out today. Look at this document here. See that? Now, I wrote to them and I said to them, remember I told you, I said to them, send me my rejection letter. Send me my rejection letter. I wrote to them twice.
But you also said, and the method by which to file an appeal.
No, I didn't put the appeal inside here. I just said to them, send me my rejection letter. We'll get to that letter. Huh?
That was in our discussion.
That was in our discussion, yeah.
Oh.
But here's the thing. So what they did was, I wrote to them twice. Now look at the date right here. This is this past Monday, January 26th, right? They wrote to me and they said, look at what they did here. Look carefully. It's from the electoral committee to what? To the electoral committee. When you see what's going on. See what's going on. And look what they do. They BCC me, the candidate. You believe that? I am the one that's supposed to get it and the blind copy everybody, them friends, who them are discuss me with, right? Instead, they make a mistake and blind copy me on it, send it to them friends. It's from the electoral committee to the electoral committee with a blind copy to Rattigan. Point number one. Look at point number two. They said, this is a follow-up to our email dated January 22, 2026. See below. So they're telling me that we sent you an email on January 22nd. Well, guess what, people? There is no email in my inbox on January 22nd from them. There is none. There is none. And here is how we catch them. They said, thank you for your interest in participating as a candidate in the upcoming elections. Your nomination was received and reviewed. After careful review, we were unable to accept your nomination. They should say on the second time for the go around, because the first time we accepted your nomination. But this time, you want this after careful review. What they're saying, the first time it wasn't careful. The first time we put you up and it wasn't careful. But now we're doing it and it's careful. It says, look at this. This was a difficult decision and was not taken lightly. Our decision was guided by the criteria in the terms of reference.
Which one?
Keep that in your mind. Our decision was guided by the criteria in the terms of reference. We thank you for your willingness to serve. We look forward to your continued support as we seek to let our voices be heard in the diaspora and in Jamaica. Sincerely, in put him name yourself. Brave man. Very brave man. Very brave person.
They should have named David.
Yeah. Now look at this. Remember, no. Let's go back to the top. It says this is a follow-up to our email dated January 22nd. Right? Now they attach it. Look at the attachment. It's from the electoral committee and it's to the electoral committee. They never send it to me. Them send it to them. Them send it to the whole people in the community, in the committee. Them send it round for discuss, and somebody forgot to send it to me. They didn't send it to me. Look at that. They did not send it to me, and it's the same letter. So what they did on the 22nd, they had a discussion. Somebody decided, and then they said, okay, send it out to everybody. And then when I'm writing them saying, where is my letter? Where is my letter? I can't get my letter. Then, so they sent me this now and said, okay, here's your letter. And by the way, if you notice, they said this is a follow-up to our email, indicating that they sent it to me. There is no email from them to me dated January 22nd. January 22, right? There's no email from that. That's point number 2 or 3. But take a look at this. It says, our decision, here it is. See that? Right there at the top. Our decision was guided by the criteria in the GJDC terms of reference. Keep that in mind. I'm going to show you something now. Let me show you something. We'll get to the candidates. Which part there? Okay. Here we are. Oops, sorry. All right. Here we are. You know what this is, people? This is their thing. Oh, and by the way, them say it is not an arm of the government. Not an arm of the government. Or what is? Your name appears on the document, you know. Let me big it up so they can see it. For those of you who can't see it. There it is right there. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade with the Jamaican coat of arms. And yet they say it is not an arm of the government. Well, from the moment that thing, I can beat them in any court of law. The moment them logo appear on the document, there is affiliation. Right? But remember what it said. It said, and oh, this is it. It's the election process for membership. Them forget to them, they put this out. Right? So what did they say in the rejection letter? They said, we do it based on terms of the, do it based on provisions in the terms of reference. Right? That's what they said. Now, let's see what they said you're supposed to do when you reject somebody's application. Stay with me. Oh, and by the way, it's they have at least 5 people, but they can't have more than 10. So it's somewhere the electoral committee is made up of 5 to 10 people. So we have a lot of people to deal with. But anyway, all right, look at this. Remember what I just told you that they said that they did it based on terms of the thing. See this, look at 7. It says nominations deemed ineligible shall not be approved. And the nominee shall be duly notified in writing by email of their ineligibility by the electoral committee. And here is an anti-democratic principle. They said the decision of the electoral committee shall be final. You can't appeal. So even if they made a mistake and I wanted to raise it with them, they said, no, we don't want to hear it. That is, and I've never seen an electoral mechanism. I've never seen it where there's no appeal process. Never seen. And remember, this is a public election. This is not a private election, you know. This is a public election. In fact, it is a global election. So you see what it says? It says that once they reject you, they must tell you in writing of your ineligibility, right? And so what they did in the letter, remember what they said in the letter, you know? They said in the letter what? They said we did it based on the terms of reference.
Correct.
We didn't. All right. Look further down. Mama never sent me go to school for go take up space. Look at this. See that? See that? A candidate and his or her nominators, meaning if somebody nominated me, they have to notify them as well, shall be notified separately by the electoral committee of the candidate's ineligibility in writing. Look how we come after that.
Citing evidence.
Evidence of ineligibility. So I ask you, my people.
So the evidence there.
Let me find the letter here. Let me find the letter here. So I want you to tell me now if this at the top right there, our decision was guided by the criteria in the terms of, is that evidence?
So hold on. All the most dangerous part of the code. Has any of your nominators reached out to you that they received said letter?
No. And we know that there are people who nominated. I was self-nominated, and there are people who nominated me as well. And those people did not receive the notice. But you see what happened here, people? So they don't tell me their own rules said to them that you must give the person evidence why you reject the person. And here's the evidence they give me. They just said, we rejected you based on a book, based on the manual. And you said, what do you mean the manual? Here's the book. Here's the book that they said you hear what it says? Our decision was guided by the criterion in the terms of reference. Here's the terms of reference. Hold on. Where is it, Kevin? All right, here's the terms of reference. All right, I'm going to show you something. Here's the terms of reference. This is the one that they use, right? Now let's go through it and see. Let's go through it and see what it says about rejecting somebody. And I'm going to show you something. Let's go through it. Let me show you what the requirements are to be rejected.
Is this a new terms of reference or the old one?
This is a new one.
Okay.
Where is it? All right, here it is. Here are the requirements. If you don't satisfy these, then they kick you out. Or they don't accept you. See? Every member must meet the following criteria. You must be a Jamaican. You must be 21 years old. You must have no criminal conviction. You must not have been bankrupt. There it is. You have no pending litigation. That's it. It goes from what? A, right here, to G.
Okay.
That is it. All right. Look at these people. What the letter there, Kevin?
I am asking about the newspaper article. That's what I'm asking about.
We'll get to the newspaper article. Hold on. Wait, Kevin. The one with the bear with me, people, because we are jump around because of time. Let me see if this is it. No, that's not it.
Yeah, that's a nomination document.
That's a nomination election. Okay, here it is. No, people. You see the one we just show you from where it go? A to G. A to G. Look on that one here. It go from A, and look where it go. K. This is the one they wrote. Them change the rules. Them change the rules after me get nominated. Them change the rules.
So that is why they revet.
Yes. So them change the rules because it's in the letter. And here them put this one in there now. We call this one like the Rattigan rule. It says individuals whose actions or intentions are reasonably determined to be inconsistent with the objectives of the council. People, this is anti-democratic. In a democracy, all views must contend. Dissenting views must be a part of it. And that's how you get consensus. You cannot say, we don't want people to vote for you and have you come into in the council because we think that you're against the principles of the council. That's foolishness. So you can't tell over 1 million people that we're going to deny you the right to vote for Rattigan because we believe that what he has, his intentions are inconsistent with the objectives of the council. If that is the case, let the people vote. Let the people speak.
So hold on. Who gets to determine this inconsistent objective?
The council. The council. The council.
Who is at this council now?
Friend and company. Because people, you know who? Ask yourself the question: who picked the council? Who's involved with the council? Let me tell you who's involved with the voting process. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is primarily responsible. This comes from, I am sure, because the minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, when the first election took place in 2020, she appointed about 18 of the 24 members. She appointed. 18 of the 24. So she's involved. Then we have the state minister. There's a diaspora unit in a film group. He's responsible. Then it comes to the consulate in New York. They're responsible. And then it goes to the election committee. The election committee is largely a function of what the ministry wants. So they are involved in selecting these people. They will tell you, no, we're not involved, but phone calls are made and all of that. So because if you ask yourself the question, how do they get selected? Because here's the thing. If you are a sitting member, you cannot be a part of that. And the membership, they don't get a chance to talk about this as a community and say, we want these people. Because think about it. Michelle Tolonil represents the East, right? Who's going to tell her, if she's responsible for nominating these people or appointing, who's going to tell her what to do? It can't be somebody from England. It can't be somebody from Canada. It can't be somebody from out west. No, she would be the one. But guess what? She's not the one. If you call her and ask her, Michelle, were you a part of the appointment for this board? I would hazard a guess to say she would tell you no. No. But look at this. Curtis Ward, may his soul rest in peace. His wife told me that is part of his legacy will live with me because of the lessons that he taught me. He wrote an article, and look at it. This article was, here it is. Hold on. Oh, I can't do nothing with it. All right, the article was 3 years ago. What go on now?
Yeah, just speak it up.
Okay. Yeah, there it is. The article 3 years ago. I mean, I have the thing that I can't use the highlighter, right?
No.
Can't use it on this. All right. All right. 3 years ago, right? 3 years ago. And I'll just read you some of the things he said. He said, the process of...
Let me go a little bigger on this.
Okay. He said, the process of birthing the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council doomed it from the beginning. The process of establishing doomed it from the beginning. Most veterans of diaspora community engagement and active support for the homeland raised concerns about the way the current government of Jamaica conceived of, launched, and exercised control over the council. Here, well, on the look at it. So it says, among the concerns was the very limited consultation by the government with the diaspora and its formulation of a diaspora policy and the structure and establishment of the council. It was ill-conceived and it was perceived as disdain for meaningful diaspora input in creating a policy of engagement that would serve the mutual interests of the diaspora in the country. Here is the key in this paragraph. The conclusion was that the council was designed to serve the exclusive interests of the government. I repeat.
We're going to print this document for next week.
Yeah, we have to do it next week. Yeah, the conclusion was that the council was designed to serve the exclusive interests of the government. And that's what I'm fighting against, people. Look at this. In addition to the lack of meaningful consultations with the diaspora to begin with, several other issues emerged. Among them was how the council was constituted. Only 1/3 of the members of the council were elected by the diaspora, and a 2/3 majority appointed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who serves as chair. This was at the time. This was back about 2002,
24.
Yeah, but people on the system are not making this up. And we have the chart we can show you. We have the chart where we can show you that it's what he's saying is fact. Look at this. Also, the fact the minister served. Oh, he says for my friend who out west, who claims he agrees with the way the council is constituted and the way it's organized and run. I want him to take a look at this sentence here. It says, the appointed members serve at the will of the minister. The appointed members serve at the will of the minister. Also, the fact He said, also the fact the minister served as chair of the council gave further support to the view it is government control. Under these circumstances, Mr. Curtis Ward eloquently wrote, no matter how the government dresses it up, the council has conceived, structured, and operated is perceived as an instrument of the government. And that's why I'm telling the people who represent this that if you don't file under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, you're taking a huge chance. So when they tell you that, remember, no, they come and say it's not an arm of the government. But then they say, but we're running it and our logo is on it and we're telling you what to do. But when you speak, you don't speak on our behalf. But we want you to work on our behalf. People, what can go so? That's why they don't want me there. Because you don't have to like me. You just have to respect my argument. And my argument is logical. It's cogent. It's legal. And it's administratively pure. They don't want me there. How they going to argue with me?
Cannot be do.
How are they going to argue with me? They cannot. And I know they're watching. And you nincompoops, the one on the electoral council. You nincompoop. You know what you did. You know the discussions. You know the paperwork that, oh, you know what? Speaking of paperwork, what the thing that Kevin, because time I fly pan with Kevin. Where the newspaper there? Hook me up quick there, Kevin. Talk to me. Where there?
Vina is Vina.
Where there?
44? The 44? Up at the top. Up at the very top.
Oh, this one. Ballot?
No, 44. Oh, go down. You pass it. Go down. Whatever. It was just there. I just saw it just now. Oh, updated. 44. Right there. Yeah.
All right. People, look at what the Gleaner did. And I will tell you now what happened. I will tell you now. No, my notes, sir. Let me tell you now. Hold on there.
Story time. This is story time. Mm-hmm.
On January 6th, yours truly spoke to the gentleman who wrote this article, Mr. Lester Hines, we are calling him now, a journalist affiliated with the Gleaner. And I spoke to him for over 10 minutes, and I told him what was going on January 6th. I told him about their plans to reject my candidacy. He was doing a story. He had done a story already, you know. And we have that story here as well. He did a story before that with me on the front page. Right? Me na my plaid shirt. Oh, big up yourself. She not forget. She said, yeah, man, plaid shirt. But Kevin, I take it that she doesn't like my shirt. She keep on, whenever I refer to it, she say, yeah, man, the plaid shirt. But he did the story. And then I spoke to him on the 6th about this. And after I told him, he said to me, I am going to contact you. I'm going to recontact you, right? We're going to talk again and then put up story. He never did contact me. Not since then. That was the 6th of January. And then, look at this. On the 24th of January, he put out this story. This is you notice it's updated because there's a prior story the same day. And I think it said 43 candidates nominated for global diaspora elections.
Correct.
No. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? 44. And I think this was the day. I think this was the day they closed off the nominations. Right. But now we have 54. We have 10 more. 54 or 52? 52. 52. All right. So on the seat there. So here's what he did. Now, well, on there, in order for the story makes sense, I need to show you this. Where the photograph with the wall away there, with the 4 away. I saw it someplace. Is it here or is it in the?
Yeah, it's right there. It's there. That it is.
Okay, that's a picture of Michelle.
Candidates.
This one. All right, CETA people. This is on their website, you know. See it right as well?
Well, it was.
yeah, it was. Oh, yeah, mash me up, so Kevin.
Guys, nobody can find this picture now.
Yeah, this picture you're gone, you know. All right. Anyway, here it is. 4 people, they said, these people are your candidates for the Northeast. There they are. Michelle Neal, Tamar Newman, Wilfred Rattigan, Hope Wade. 4 people. Now, keep in mind, they said that we don't put up people as they come along, you know. We put up the final slate of candidates. So this is the final slate of candidates they put up, and then voting started. And then they claim people started voting early. Who granted them access? Who, if it's true, because the people who voted for me, they sent me verification of their proof of their vote, and they voted after the 20th, right? So the question is, if people voted early, who granted them access? Who? I'm going to show you a letter from the same stupid electoral committee. Them people are, we don't know who them think them are ramp with. But you can take the whole of them, take the whole ministry, put them on one side and put me on the other side, and we will outsmart them any day of the week and twice on Sundays. Look, see, this is what they did. This is what was up, you know. This is what was up. So, where candidates? Which part the Green article there again? Work with me.
Up top, go up.
Right. So guess what? I showed this to everybody, and people went on the site, saw it, and they knew that Rattigan is a candidate. He submitted his nomination in a timely fashion, and he was vetted, and he's there for the world to see and to vote for him. So everybody knew that I filed early. Look at what Mr. And by the way, see him name here, you know. See him name here, Lester Hines, right or so. See it? Lester Hines. That's the person we talked to on the 6th. Now, he got information. We don't know where it came from, but it must come from a reliable source, somebody in the know, somebody who knows a whole lot of things about voting in the diaspora, what's going on, because it was global. It was global in scope. It talk about everything. Here's him talk about England, right, or something. Talk about the US and the Midwest. Him talk about the Northeast. And you hear him say, for the Northeast region, a total of 20 people were nominated, but 3 were rejected, 2 for the GJDC and 1 for the Youth Council. Keep that in mind. I'm going to show you something. Then, look at this now. Him say, according to information reaching the Glean, and by the way, Mr. Hines, we're not asking you for no source. You don't have to reveal a source. Just give us the information. That's all we're asking for. There's no law against that, for giving up the information. Just give us the information. Now look at what it says. It says right here, for the Northeast, 20 people were nominated, but 3 rejected. And look at this. One of the nominations for the GJDC was rejected based on the nomination being filed after the deadline had passed. You see what he said? One of the nominations for the GJDC, is talking about the Northeast, was rejected based on the nomination being filed after the deadline had passed. The other rejection was based on section 5.2, clause C and D of the terms of reference and operational modalities. We're going to show you that document, right? And he said, look at what it says. I can't highlight it, but it says, clause C and D respectively state that candidates shall be persons of good character and repute, maintaining good standing in their communities and professional life, right? And then, see what they did was, look at what they did. And yeah, candidates being the council introduced which shall constitute grounds for ineligibility or removal, and candidates shall demonstrate a willingness to cooperate in good faith with the government of Jamaica and with fellow council members, irrespective of personal political affiliation, in order to advance the objectives of diaspora engagement. He changed it. He changed it. Because guess what? Because guess what he did with the first one? The first one, he said, the candidate is a 5.2 C and B and C, convicted criminal and bankrupt.
Yes.
So he
You
changed
stated what
it.
he was.
He changed it, right? And look what they put right down here. A previous version of this article quoted from section 5.2 of an earlier version of the GJDC's terms of reference and operational modalities. We regret the error. So he said they quoted from the old one.
So that's the error,
right? 5.2. That's the error. All right, hold on. We have the first one. We put up. We have the first one. I know.
Guess what? The first one is documented because we showed it in the broadcast last week.
Yeah, hold on there, man. Hold on there.
So the first one, this is the same article. And I wonder if I can find it in their archives, though.
No, we have it. We have it. We have the first one. We have the first one.
No, man, I'm talking about the Gleaner article.
Yeah, the first Gleaner article, we have it. Them can take down all them want. Yeah, we downloaded it. We have it. We have it. But I want to show the people them something. I want to show them something. 2, hold on. 1, 2,
3.
This is 3 a while ago?
Yeah, man. We on 3 now.
All right, so make we get to 5. 3.
We're still there 3.
We're still there 3.
We're still there 3.
3. 3.
Yeah.
3. Mr. Hines, you're in deep trouble. There is no 5.2. There is no 5.2. And hold on, people. Let me show you. Because remember we always said that there are 2 terms of reference. This one said terms of reference and operational modalities, right? That's it. Here's the first one. The first one just says that it is terms of reference, no operation modalities. Let's look at what Mr. Hines described it. Here's Mr. Hines described it. Here it is. It says the other rejection was based on 5.2 terms of reference and operational modalities. And then when you go to terms of reference and operational modalities, this is this one. Here it is. There is no 5.2. How would them a ramp with Kevin? How would them think them a ramp with? Them think me a pashy. Remember, them know some bright people come from Firehouse, you know. Want them know that. There is no 5.2. Mr. Hines, you're in deep trouble. There is no 5.2.
I'm sorry, sir. I need you to adjust that statement. Deeper trouble.
There is no 5.2. And guess what, Kevin? Guess what? Let me show you something. Him put out the first one. Producer Joan, you can't just send the first, find the first Gleaner article they put out. And send it to us, please. Let me show you something. Yeah, send it to Kevin there.
Just put it in our chat. All
right. Look at now. It says every member must meet the following criteria. And the part where him quote, it's not here, A to G. It's not there. It's not there. It's not there. There it is right here. The part where him a quote. Remember now, see where him quote, yeah? Hold on. See where him quote, yeah? If you not think. My mind are racing, okay?
C and D.
All right. So five. Uh-oh. What going on here? Take me out of this, okay? We just click on something. Unlock offer. Unlock offer.
Oh, just no. Close that.
Close it. Right up yourself?
No, not that. Go over to the tabs. To the left.
Yeah.
The one right under. Yeah.
Let me see. It's this one. All right. See that? All right. Look what it said. Look what I'm saying. No, him say 5 C and D said that candidates shall be persons of good character and repute. Candidates shall be persons of good character and repute. All right. Now here are the reasons why them will get rid of you. Here are the reasons why them get rid of you. Here it is. Where you say candidate must be of good character and repute in this. Tell me where that there. Read that and tell me when you see it.
Yeah. Yeah. Come again.
I want them tell me where them see that. Must be of good character, repute, or what? Where them see the word repute in this? Where is it? For must meet the following criteria. There's no 5.2 in this document. No, while hold on. Let me see if
is that my images?
Producer John. Oh yes, Sita.
Okay.
You get it?
All right. Let me pull it up.
Fling it up there for me there, Kevin. Fling it up there for me, Professor. We are going to make them walk and talk, man. Oh, sorry. You use the thing, huh?
No.
Okay, because I have something else I want to show the people them.
Come on, you go on with that. May I pull up mine? May I pull it up on my side? I'll share it from my side.
All right, cool. While you're doing that, let me find let me find the spreadsheet, the summary. It's here, right?
Yes.
Forgive me, people, for the delay. Is because, you know, we just, time is against us, and so we just have to we lay it out proper this morning, you know. But I'm sure you know understand. If you don't understand, then just reach out to us and we will walk on the street. And in fact, we'll do another program like this on Wednesday, so we can, whoever don't understand them can show up and we can walk them through this. All right. Now, which part the thing there? All right, you go and do that, Professor, and I will find. Oh, all right. Look at now. This are the letter them send me now, you know, right? This are the letter them send me December 20th when them stop the voting. Now look at what it says, right? It says, dear candidates, but as far as I know, I'm hearing that I'm the only person who got this. It says the electoral committee which writes to provide a formal update regarding the electoral process. And it says the elections were postponed due to Hurricane Melissa. What a piece of lie. Then them go on and say, following this postponement, it was brought to the attention of the electoral committee that voting activity had commenced prematurely. How it was brought to their attention and are them responsible for grant access? People don't ramp with me, you know. Committee don't ramp with attention. Yeah, but hold on. Committee, hold on. Let me show them something. Like Kevin. Let me show them. Let me show them who responsible for this thing. Election process. Like this. Okay. Them said brought to their attention. All right. Let me show them something. Hold on, let me make this smaller. Hold. Okay. Electoral. Here it is right here. The electoral committee, see it right there, so they are responsible for voting. It's right there. There it is right there. They're responsible for it. Right here, the link to the electronic ballot shall be sent by. They're responsible for it. Votes may be cast electronically during the voting period. They're responsible for it. Look right there, so the electoral committee shall show no person vote. They are responsible for it. Look at this. Best effort shall be made to ensure that any electronic voting platform you shall be secure and tamper-proof. So unless they're going to come and tell me that somebody hacked into it. See it right, also? The electoral committee, they're all over it. It's their job. So how them come up with this statement, Kevin? How they come up with this statement here? Hold on there.
I mean, how them come up with it? They make it up.
Hold on there. How they come up with this? How they come up with the statement saying that it was brought to the attention that voting activity had commenced prematurely when you grant access to people to vote. And that is if it's true. We don't have any evidence that it's true. We cannot trust these people. But look at what they said. They said people had started voting. Look at this. Let me just use a different color. Let me use yellow. So you look at this. People had started voting before the application period had fully closed, before the slate of candidates was approved and ratified. So, what's this?
But they put out the candidates.
So what's that? What's that? What is that electoral committee? You put that up on your website. What do you mean before people were ratified and all of this stuff was done? You did it. You granted access for people to start voting after November 20th. You did it. So, who you think you're going to fool with this letter here? Who?
I tell you, it was when they got Rattigan.
Not Kevin, not Rattigan, and not our people around here. We don't believe that. Some of them are watch right now and them get bellyache, you know. Them are get bellyache right now. Some of them have a vomit right now. Them don't know what to do right now. Them don't know what to do. And look at this. They say, in light of these procedural irregularities, the Electoral Committee has determined that the electoral process has been reset in its entirety to preserve the integrity, transparency, and fairness of the election. Come on, who not think on fool about integrity, transparency, and fairness? And look at what they say, in light of these procedural irregularities. So Hurricane Melissa is not a procedural irregularity. Hurricane Melissa was a natural disaster. It's not a procedural irregularity. The procedural irregularity you're saying is that people started voting prematurely. How could that happen when you granted access to people to vote? And we don't know if what you're saying is true. So here's what this right here. Once the review is complete, all applications. Look at this one here. Candidates are not required to resubmit their application. So they know that my thing was timely. And there's a reason why I said that, because we're going now to the Gleaner article where the Gleaner tried cover up now. And you know what they said? They said sometimes the cover up is worse than the crime. The cover up is worse than the crime. They put out a second one. And it just show, you see what we just said, 5.2 and what happened. There's no 5.2. And the requirements, what you're quoting is not that. No, here's what they said. They said that all applications without exception are subject to review and reapproval by the Electoral Committee in accordance with the attached eligibility criteria. So, of course, you have to ask a logical question. Where are the eligibility criteria, right? And then they tell you that they're going to send it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and blah, blah, blah. Here, the criteria they're talking about, here it is. Here it is. Hold on. All right, this Kev? No. Where the... What the criteria there? Here it is. This is what they send me. They changed the rules. Remember the one I showed you that got to K? See it right there? They changed the rules. So now they changed it and they put this one here, K. But they also had in there these two. No criminal conviction, no bankruptcy, and no pending litigation. And they changed the rules because we have the old rules and we have the new rules. So they changed it. But guess what happened? We see when you try to do evil to people, you know, God have a way of blinding you, so that you do foolishness and you get caught. We'll show you something now. Wait, Kevin, the one with the like this? No. You know the one that talk.
You not tell me it.
No man, the spreadsheet. Oh, is it this? Ah, yeah. See it, my people. Remember, before we do this, Kevin, where the newspaper, the brother?
So share mine. The one that is beside me. Share that.
Hold on.
So, come on.
All right, let me take down this first.
Well, take down that.
Yeah, let me take down that first, and then go to. Is it this one? This one, right?
Yes.
See it, yeah. On the thing, on slick over there, so Gleaner.
There are a few things highlighted.
Yeah. Hold on a second. The people, look on this one here. Look on this. Let me show you again for those of you just joining us. Us. Hold on.
Update.
Yeah, all right. See it, yeah? Look at this, people. At the stage. Look at this. See that? Updated. 44 candidates nominated. Right? Look at the time. 6:10
p.m.
Then
now
10 minutes past.
One more thing to note.
Mm-hmm.
The first article had 43
candidates. Atio. Sit at 10 minutes past 6. All right? We can't contain ourselves with the revelation. So now I'm going to move this. Yeah. Because remember what them say? 5.2 and 5.2 said that you must have good character. That's what it says. And we find out that there's no 5.2 in the document they refer to. No, let me take this down and let Kevin put up. Them take down the first document. But we have it. See it here. Fling it up there quick, Kevin.
No, you share it.
All right. See it here, people. There's no update on that. Want to see it? Go down. Look at the time. 12:07 a.m. 12:07 a.m. After midnight. Keep going, brother. Make us five. Make us say, Atio. Stop right there, brethren. See what it says? One of the nominations rejected was based on the nomination being filed after the deadline had passed. The other rejection was based on section 5.2 class C and D. No, don't move it yet, Kevin. I hope 5.2 C and D talk about it's 5.2 talk about disrepute. Candidates shall be persons of good character. I hope it says something about good character and repute and maintaining good standing in their communities and professional life. Go up, let me see it. Please. It must say that. Oh, stop. It's a class C states that a candidate should have no criminal convictions, or that a candidate, and the other one says candidate have never been adjudged to be bankrupt. Now, keep in mind that I spoke to this man, you know. This man knew that I was the candidate who I filed early, and I'm the one who had issues with them. He knew this. And so he put 5.2. And you see the 5.2 there is different from the 5.2 in the updated article. Mr. Hines, whatever you do in the dark must surely come to light. And here is where we think, remember now, 5.2. Wait.
Which one? From the first article?
No. I think we established that is 5.2 we might talk about him get it wrong. And then go back and
the first terms of reference.
Yeah, from the first terms of reference. Now make we remove that and then make we put up the see it, yeah? All right. At the stage. Now we use like legalese now. Something like this, you would say. Hold on. I don't want to put it yet. Hold on there. Hold on. All right. Now remember, I know the gleaner said 5.2. So the question is, where did the gleaner get 5.2? Because Mr. Hines, I never tell him about 5.2. I didn't mention that to him. And I'm sure he didn't sit down at his desk and just make up 5.2. So something like what I'm going to show you, we would call in legalese, you would say, upon information and belief, the following was provided to. That's how you, that's a term of art. Upon information and belief. Here's the information and belief. Here's the information.
We're not going to believe it though.
Hold on. Let me do it from my side, Kevin. Okay, hold on.
No, that is all you. That is all you. That is all.
No, have it up here. See, at the stage. Yeah. All right. We are work with gas now. We are cook with gas. See it now. Summary. The gleaner didn't compose. Upon information and belief, this was provided. Right? Look at this. You can't see some of the names that are the first name you see is Ananda Francis, and it says approved, and she's Jamaican by marriage. Second one is Dominic Gowdy, approved by birth. And then they have one here. I think we should have thing there.
It's on the other document.
All right. No matter. The person that they claim filed late wasn't Rattigan. Here's Rattigan. Rejected, refer to the terms of reference, section 5.2. That is what the gleaner come with. So, people, you've asked me, what happened, Mr. Rattigan? Right? And I said to you, I am going to tell you, because a lot of you calling me, and it's embarrassing because a lot of you call me, and here, Kevin, here's a typical conversation. Boy, Mr. Rattigan, I saw the thing in the Gleaner, and yeah, they're saying that because they know this. They said, well, we know it's you because you filed early. We saw your picture on the website, and then we didn't see it, and then we were told that 2 people were rejected from the main council. One was because they filed late, so we know that's not you. But the other one, no, it says that they were that person was rejected because of violating 5.2 section CRD. One section says that you can have a criminal conviction, and the other section said that you filed, you mustn't be a bankrupt. And here's how this is how they're explaining it to me. And then they said, but Mr. Rattigan, lots of people file bankruptcy, man. Lots of people file bankruptcy because it's so some people use it for estate planning, some people use it to save their assets and blah, 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 blah. And I'm sitting there listening because I know where they're going with the conversation. And then they say, well, Mr. Rattigan, let me ask you, you ever filed for bankruptcy? Or Mr. Rattigan, you ever get convicted yet? And I find that I have to keep on explaining. So this is why my people have brought it to you so that you don't have to call me, because I am going to tell you unequivocally right now, I am not a convict. I'm not a bankrupt. I've never been convicted of anything, and I've never been convicted. It's a criminal conduct. That's why I've never been convicted, and I've never been filed. I've never filed for bankruptcy. Right. So I'm telling you that now. So my reputation is tarnished out there because a lot of people out there seeing it and they're questioning themselves concerning their relationship with me. And the reason why I can show this to you, again, Yeah, say LW. So some people recommended, you are also embarrassed. And so what I did was I just threw it out there so that you can see it. No, what I've shown you can't change. Cannot change. You said I try to change it and then take down the first article and put up the second one and change everything in it. It can't. Again, remember, sometimes the cover up is worse than the crime. Sometimes the cover up, and they're watching and they're learning, but there's nothing they can do about this. Nothing. And I'm not saying what I'm going to do. I'm not telling anyone what I'm going to do. So, my people, please don't ask me what I'm going to do, because some of you say, what are you going to do? You have to sue them, but don't say anything about the suit. And I said, no, I haven't made up my mind yet. I've made up my mind what I'm going to do. I'm just absorbing all of this. They've punched me, and they've punched me hard. They've punched me, and they've punched me hard. And I just say, all right, good punch. And that's all. And so what I'm saying
punch though. I know a real punch is a sucker punch.
And so that's what I'm saying to all of you, that them punch me, and all I'm saying is, yeah, them punch me. Them punch me. But in terms of my reaction, in terms of punching back, we're not going to say what we're going to do. All we're saying is that people, now you've seen it, and this is preserved for eternity. So you can go back and watch this program and you can see all the documents we've shown you. And I can tell you that we have more documents. Kevin put up on a whole heap, and I can tell him that they can't blame me, blame Kevin. Kevin find them document, and Kevin put up, in the diaspora tab is more than 100 documents inside it. Yeah, Kevin put up a whole bunch of stuff. There are things here that we're not even producing to you. We're not even telling you about. And we won't tell you about it. So here's what we do, people. Here's what we do in the meantime. 1, you do not vote if you're in the Northeast. If you are planning to vote for Rattigan, do not vote. And if you weren't planning to vote for Rattigan based on what we presented, do not vote. Don't be a part of this. Do not be a part of this. That's number 1. Number 2, what did the Kevin, the list of places where we're supposed to write and wait there?
Oh, it is.
While Kevin looking for that,
a couple of places. Wait. So OT can put it up in the chat so that people can refer to it, but also it's on the presentation slideshow.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. It's there. It's there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Pull up that, Kevin. It's on the slideshow. Where's
you
it?
have
Oh,
the
here.
slideshow. You have the slideshow.
Thank you. All right. Producer Joan and producer OT. Easy. Don't move a muscle. We have everything here. So the first thing is that you don't vote in the Northeast. In the South, I am asking you, my people, if you live in the South, if you're registered to vote in the South or Southeast, whatever they call it, vote for Gillian Murray. Vote for Gillian Murray. Vote for Gillian Murray. Vote for Gillian Murray. She's our best chance of getting in there and being objective with the issues. Gillian is our own, she has her own mind, she's her own thinker. She's not going to listen to what Rattigan or Kevin said to her. She's going to go in there and she's going to do what is best for the people in her constituency. Vote for her. And here's the third thing we want you to do. You see this? Diaspora election contacts. We have, screenshot this, people. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Hold on, we're going to go back. That's 4, the Glean Up, Minister of Foreign Affairs. That's an elections committee. And that, what we're going to ask you to do is write to these people, register your dissatisfaction with the process and the people involved. How we can get all of this information to them? Maybe they should go to the website, right?
Yeah. We're gonna have this. So OT and Joan, Yeah, we can have this on the OJLDF website.
Yeah, you hear from June? You from June? Yeah, people, here's what's gonna happen now.
That can be done.
We are, please go to the website. Please go to,
it's not on there yet, but it will be.
But go, yes, you can call. There are phone numbers there. Please go to ojldf.net. All of this information I'm showing you right now, the diaspora election contacts. We have the Embassy of Jamaica, Consulate General of Jamaica, GLIAN, Foreign Affairs, Elections Committee. We want you to go, and you have Michelle Tolonil, she's our representative in the Northeast. We have the electoral, no, I think it's is it electoral, not electoral. I think it's electoral. We might have, yeah, it's electoral. There's no I in there. Yeah, this is electoral. Hold on there. Let me double check. Come on,
look on the email that they sent you. It's on there too.
Oh, I have it right there. Yeah, there's no I in it. We have to take that out. It's English and my second language, but my good pan spotting some of them things. But then let me tell you something, run up, spelling bee champion at Balmo, See the electoral. So it's ELOCRAL. But here's what happened. All of this information will be on the website. OJLDF.net. 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 One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.net. You go there, you'll find all of this information about who you should write to, who you should call, and you need to do it expeditiously. You need to register your disapproval because the election is going on right now, And look at them foo-foo. Them write me out today and say the election just start, right? The election start from Wednesday. See, hold on there. Show them people them a day later than $1. Well, them more than that. Them 10 days short and $100 short. Hold on there. Which part it there, Kevin?
The one that says election dates.
Election dates. All right, Tita. Look on this, people. Oh, let me move this.
Take down this and then put up that.
Yes. Look on this, right? See, try to say no. Election period, the 28th of January. That's 3 days ago. And them start sending out email to them and say, it is now open. It is open. It is now open. People should have voted from Wednesday. See, try to so. Them just send out the emails them to them all send me email to. Where my email there? Where my email there, Kevin?
Oh, yeah, your email is up there.
Yeah, no, I wish part of them. Let me show the people them. Them write me and give me email, but them can't write me and tell me why me can't run. They write me email and tell me where is it?
That one right there.
This one?
Yeah, isn't it?
No.
Those are the two emails, if my memory serves me correctly.
No, Sita, look on this. Hello, Wilfred.
That's right. I had printed it.
Hello, Wilfred. The voting period is now officially open. I told them send me this. How to vote, and them give me a token and say vote. And I can't keep it. And I can't keep it. Right? We're not voting. Right? So we have 6 minutes to go, or 5 minutes to go. And people, I just hope, you see how we do our things around here. We collect, we analyze, we strategize. And you see what they've done to me. And think about it. If they can do this to me, what do you think they will do to you? And as a result, all of the leaders, them, the diaspora, I don't hear from them. But I don't need to hear from them. What they need to do is they need to go out and do it on their own. They need to protest on their own, in their own way. Write to them and say, listen, this is unacceptable. And we're talking about people like
Provost.
Oh, Kevin, them send it to you. Right, so you can vote. I'm talking about people in the diaspora who should come out very strongly against the actions that the council took against me. Because it's not just me, people. Because look, my life now go change because me still go eat food. My bills them still go pay. This is not a paid position. It's not. So I aspired for this because I want to help people. That's it. But here's what. We need people like Karen Dunkley. Me I call you out, Karen Dunkley. You are a very powerful voice in the diaspora. You need to join forces with us and send a very powerful message to these people to let them understand that you can't run this thing like a dictatorship. You cannot. It's supposed to be democratic. We're talking about people like Commissioner Lorraine Badley out of Delaware. We're talking about Erwin Clear, Norma Jarrett, Leslie and Samuel, Patrick Maitland, the agriculturalist. You need to come out and say something. Lawman Lynch. Oh, by the way, people, we have to big up Lawman Lynch. His PhD dissertation, he defended it on Friday, yesterday, and it was accepted. He passed.
So he's now Dr. Lawman Lynch?
Yeah. Lawman, big up yourself now, man. Lawman, big up yourself. We have to call him doctor now. You have to call him doctor.
Brother, you
But Lawman, you need to come out strongly. As I'm use Jamaicans love to use the word stridently. You need to come out stridently against these things that the people are doing. Michelle Tolonil, our representative, you need to come out because if you're not with us, you're with them. You need to come out and say what they're doing is wrong. Stafford Grant, you need to come out and say something. Rookie Wilson Beckford, you need to say something. Andrew Sharp, you need to say something. Michael Campbell, Dr. Michael Campbell, you need to come out and say something. Carleen Lage, Michelle Tinglin, Keisha Thorpe, Felicia Nemad, and then we have the clergy members. We have Jane Jump, we have Christopher Chaplin, Barbara Wilson, Shirley McKenzie, Donovan Langmore, where you there? Claudette Powell, Dr. Gary Rule, Carmita, you no need to come out and say something. Because you hear them say, if you're silent enough, I'm going to paraphrase now, the way that evil people can succeed is when good people remain silent. And this is not about Rattigan, it's about a procedure that they have manipulated because they don't like Rattigan. So when I say it's not about Rattigan, they could use this against any one of us who decide to serve our people, come out and run. They could do that. But Kevin, we only have a minute or so. And as a result of that, we have to give them this. Well, we just said to them, Kevin, we just presented the thing to our people so that everybody can understand what's going on. And that's it, people. I will not say what I'm going to do. I'm just going to leave it at that. You now have what we believe to be credible information concerning what was done and how people tried to cover it up. And what they did was just blatantly evil, corrupt.
Facts.
So, listen, it's 7:59. Only need to go over and hang out with Kevin now, and then I'll be back at play the music. You want to play the music, Kevin, or you want me to play it?
No, you, because I gotta go.
Gotta go.
See you there.
Go. All right, Kevin. We want to thank Gillian. We want to thank Gillian to come on and talk up the things. I want to thank Dr. Devon Taylor. Come and share knowledge, give us wisdom about all the things that are going on with the environment and the beach and things like that. Gillian, big up yourself. People go out and vote for Gillian. Vote for Gillian. Our best hope of representing the people in the south or southeast down the south. And she will work with you. She won't sell on out. Trust me on that. And go to the website OJLDF.net, where you'll see all the contact details for all the organizations and people you need to get in touch with to register your disapproval of how them are treated on the boy, the horse, the rebel, Rattigan.
For the people every day, defending your rights. I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk your life for the people every day. Criticize for the people every day, defending your rights. I saw you stay. How long them gonna know that them fire can't? How long them gonna take our people for food? Now build no houses, them now build no school. Think them up the hunger, but the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now face them. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one who crazy. Fight for the people every day.
People will never stop fighting for you. People in the Northeast, them think me they done, but me just a come. Them just don't stir up an hand's nest. Just stir up an hand's nest. And now, them have to go deal with it. I don't know how them going to deal with it, but when I say deal with it, them have to deal with all of you, because all of you going to go out there and register the disapproval of what they did. Big up on yourself. See you at 10. Cultural reggae we are playing. Big up on yourself. Big up on yourself.
Bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No sympathy can disarm it. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.